An afternoon of quality football action in prospect on BBC One now. Cup final grandstand with Desmond Lynham from Wembley.
Wembley Stadium has been the setting for so many great sporting occasions. They call it the venue of legends. In a few hours it'll be full to capacity for the latest chapter in the history of the FA Cup. And the whole footballing world will be joining us to see what happens when Everton take on Manchester United. Now, this time last year, United had already won the Premiership and were going for the double. This year, of course, the double has been missed. Could United end up with a double blank?
Half one, Cole, off Potts, Scholes, they're queuing up to put it in, but can't find the way, Neville.
10 years ago, these two great clubs met here in the final. It was as close as could be.
Is following up. Olsen on this side. That's all he's got. Whiteside shoots. It's there! Northern Whiteside has done it again.
And two players who took part in that final of '85 will be playing today, one for either team. Neville Southall in the Everton goal. And Mark Hughes for Manchester United. Both will feature in our build-up. Also in the lead-up to kick-off at 3 o'clock in this Littlewoods Pool-sponsored FA Cup final, we'll be asking you to choose the greatest cup final goal.
Got to take on McNabb outside, he's round the back. Clock! 1-0.
Villa. And still Ricky Villa. What a fantastic run. He scored. Amazing goal by Ricky Villa.
We'll have some fun for our younger viewers. And the managers. We meet the two men involved today, Joe Royle and Alex Ferguson.
Alex is probably a little bit more volatile than me. I mean, to be honest, I'd never take it home that way. I think my wife would tell you that, you know, I would never go home and kick the cat or anything like that.
No, I don't either. Although I'm volatile in the dressing room after the game, I am, and at half-time I am, and that's in my nature.
Yeah.
But once I get home to the house, well, I wouldn't get a chance to be volatile anyway. That wife of mine would, Kathy would love me. Sort me right out. But you know, the great thing about wives, they can all of a sudden get back to the mundane things and make it feel important. For instance, you come in and say, that gardener's not been. And the last thing you want to know is that the gardener.
Yeah.
You know, or the washing machine's playing up. You say, I've been beaten 3-0. And she's on about a washing machine. You know what I mean? They're brilliant at that. It just brings you right back to earth, doesn't it?
You might be hearing from Mrs. Ferguson this evening. Well, we hope you'll stay with us throughout, and here's the timetable of events. Good afternoon. There's nothing quite like Cup Final Day in the calendar of sporting events. It has a feel and a mood all of its own, all to do with its history, of course. It's the 114th FA Cup Final this afternoon. Well, let's start by getting some mood from the team hotels, and we're going first to Everton headquarters, where we join Clive Tilsley.
You might think that Wembley is a new experience for most of the Everton players. Well, you'd be wrong. They were there yesterday. It is quite uncommon for a team to make an eve of the final visit, but only 3 of the Everton team have prior experience of the big day out at Wembley. Best to find your way around the place whilst it's empty. The obligatory stadium tour takes in a Wembley dressing room that Paul Rideout last visited 15 years ago.
England schoolboys, and unfortunately we lost 4-3, but managed to get a hat-trick out of it.
And scored a terrific goal too.
Yeah, 30 yards. It was one of them. It could have gone anywhere, but lucky enough ended up in the top corner.
Take your time getting back here, haven't you?
I have, yeah. I honestly thought it had gone past being just reached 30. Like I thought, well, time's running out, but fortunately this year we got there.
Everton arrived at their cup final headquarters in the Hertfordshire countryside late on Thursday afternoon.
So the surname, please?
Ferguson.
They certainly look relaxed in their picturesque surroundings over the last couple of days. A little quiet and subdued maybe, but this is a squad which has been wrestling with relegation fears all season long.
Been under an awful lot of pressure, and you know, I don't think we've had time to sit around and have a good laugh and a joke, to be honest, because week in and week out we've got to pick points up here and we've got pressure in the cup there. I honestly don't believe we have got the characters in the side as we did in, you know, the late 80s, early 80s and that. And I don't think you can turn people into characters. They've either got it or they haven't. And we certainly haven't got as many as the early 80s side had.
Joe Rawler's only been able to change so much since taking over in November. Earl Barrett was signed too late to be eligible for the Cup. He's recovering from a minor knee operation, a helpless spectator.
Will you be able to celebrate as wholeheartedly as if you were involved if Everton are successful?
I'll have a good go.
Well, really, you can feel as much a part of it even...
Oh, too right, yeah. I mean, good set of lads, you know, and I think they made me welcome as soon as I got here.
I was going to take a little bit.
The cordon bleu kitchens of a 4-star hotel. And what are they cooking up for their VIP guests? It's the usual footballer's fare.
It's like chicken, rice and baked beans?
Yeah, baked beans are very popular.
Who's that?
We've got Mr. Southall.
Neville Southall.
Yeah.
The big eaters.
Big eaters, Joe Parkinson. If it was an eating competition, we'd enter Joe and we'd win, no problem.
The competition for places in today's starting lineup was decided during yesterday's wet final training session at the ground of non-league St Albans. I've rarely known Joe Rawle quite so guarded about his team selection, but it's 2 months now since Duncan Ferguson played a full game for Everton, and although the morning papers think he'll play, I think a substitute spot is the best that Ferguson can hope for. Daniel Amokachi, a sensation as a substitute in the semi-final, is likely to start the day on the bench too. In fact, I can't see Everton straying from the lineup that beat Spurs at Ellen Road last month and did it with a bit of style with the likes of Stewart and Limpar blossoming.
We certainly did stifle Tottenham to start with, and then we scored 4 goals.
Did those goals surprise people and the style of that victory? Did that surprise a lot of people?
They didn't surprise me.
Really?
No.
Is that the best they've played for you, though?
That's the best we've played this year, yeah.
Anders Limpar's dad is over from Sweden. Each year, the cup final has a more and more international feel. Evidence of its global appeal is that Limpard's teammate Daniel Amokachi used to watch it live on television in his native Africa. Today, half of Nigeria will sit down to watch him.
For me, I think they consider me as the first Nigerian to play in the cup final, you know, and this is the first time, you know, that it's something they made it really, really big. It's something big out there, but this time around they made it really, really big, you know.
There's a competitive streak about this team, make no mistake about it. Joe Royle frivolously nicknamed them his Dogs of War earlier in the season, and the label stuck. But they do have finesse too. Well, sometimes.
I think we play the way the game is going to always be played today and, you know, for the foreseeable future. Quickly, quite aggressively, but with flair at the right time, if possible.
I woke this morning to see my paper and to see that Manchester United were going to have to match our physical qualities, and I must admit I had a good giggle at that. The thought of Paul Ince and Roy Keane, Steve Bruce and Mark Hughes worrying about the physical side of the game.
Manchester United have used this hotel too, and strangely enough, we've got two Manchester United fans staying in the hotel, Joe Parkinson and David Unsworth. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, but not tomorrow.
When were you a United fan?
Oh, so I've been as long as I can remember. But,
seen them at Wembley?
Yeah, I've been a few times. You know, good days out.
But you used to watch United?
Yeah, like Joe, I went to the cup final against Crystal Palace. It's a good day out, but obviously, like Joe said, it'll all be changing tomorrow.
You'll clutch at any straw going over breakfast on cup final morning. This is the official Lucky Wembley Hotel. Just last month, Liverpool won the League Cup and Wigan the Rugby League Challenge Cup after staying at Sopwell House. Managers and players usually make the headlines on cup final morning, but what's this I see? Everton owner Peter Johnson to give Joe Royle £8.5 million to buy Stan Collymore.
Good Lord, I don't know who's made that story up. I think if you don't talk to the newspapers, they make the stories up, don't they?
But that's the sort of ambition you've got, yeah?
Oh yes, if you're going to get to the top, then you've got to go out and get the best quality players, and so if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes.
Everton really mean business then. Well, I remember 11 years ago, Everton's last FA Cup final success triggered 3 or 4 years of unparalleled success for the club, and there's just a feeling that something similar is about to happen here again.
And it must be left alone at all reasons. This is a news bulletin. This is a news bulletin.
Guns, having some fun. Crazy ladies, keep them on the run. Wise guys realize there's danger in emotional ties. See me single and free, no fears, no tears. What I want to be. 1, 2, take a look at you. Death by matrimony.
How would you describe this atmosphere, Stevie?
Well, it's a little bit relaxed, isn't it? I think we're all used to it and we've been and done it before, and I think it's best if you can possibly relax before tomorrow. I think sort of 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock touch time, and then you start to feel the tension coming in a little bit, but at the moment it's perfectly relaxed.
It's like a holiday camp.
Well, some people say we've been on holiday, but yeah, it's if we can keep relaxed a little bit, then it's and have a good night's sleep tonight, and it's all the better.
These bemused newlyweds will have a unique wedding album. Andy Cole and Manchester United colleagues posing as bridesmaids.
Let's the cameras over here. It's not a shotgun wedding.
What are you doing for the rest of the day?
We're on that board by the looks of it.
Oh, not that one.
No, that one. That's an old people's out.
Windsor Castle was the destination for this year's traditional pre-Wembley boat cruise, where the natives who'd enjoyed a liquid lunch weren't all friendly.
Everton for the cup. Yeah, they can't be in there. They've got to be in there, Everton for the cup. Please. Hey, all the best for tomorrow.
But thoughts of the final and how the team will perform was still a preoccupation for manager Alex Ferguson.
Every time we win the final at Wembley, we've always 2 or 3 players who want the best. And that thing that happens to both teams. We've got that experience, and I've got that experience in knowing that before the game starts, I'll have 7 or 8 who'll perform well, and maybe 3, 4 maybe don't.
You accept that before the game, do you?
Yeah. Well, Wembley's that kind of occasion. It's not everyone can adjust to it.
United's 4th FA Cup final in 11 years means the build-up is now a familiar routine for most of the team.
Some ugly players in our team, haven't we? Oh, no.
This year, it isn't a quest for the double, but the obvious disappointments of last weekend have now been put firmly behind them.
You get that there?
The emphasis, as usual, has been on adding as much fun as possible to the old familiar training routines. There are no secrets to pass on about Manchester United's team for the final. 10 of the players are already known. Roy Keane has served a 3-match ban, is fit and plays. But while Andy Cole remains unavailable because he's cup-tied, there is one player whose participation remains a problem for the manager right up until 2 o'clock.
It's straightforward for me, Tony, really. It's Ryan, young Ryan. He's trained this week. I'm just not 100% sure exactly what I should do about it. It's unthinkable that you would leave him out, but I have to consider the fact he's not played for 5 weeks. Wembley's a taxing pitch, as we all know. He may be more suited to come on as a sub. On the other hand, I may just go for broke and go for it.
There, will you? Wait, come here. Where's Mr. Gabba? Come here, hey. Just get the bell arm off, man. What are you doing? Get that off, right? Watch, that's it, drop.
That's it.
No, I'm not.
Put your finger like that.
That's
it. No, you just put it behind the back of your head.
We'll shoot. Wait.
Wait.
Put your
finger off. Take your finger off at the same time.
What's he done? Why is he not swimming? Why is he not swimming? We'll eat that tonight, eh? With a campfire. We'll have a campfire and we'll eat that fish. How's that sound? Under the stars. Under the stars. God, that's smashing. Said a match of the day, catch of the day. You got that? Terrific. Hey!
Ringing.
So the kind of hand the Mississippi Gambler won with.
While the older members of Manchester United's party settled down yesterday for a quiet afternoon in the sunshine, the younger ones wanted a bit more fun, and they certainly found it, with the boys from Windsor School.
What was that like?
I was terrible, me. Nick wasn't bad, but I was terrible.
Super. Very eventful.
Yeah? Probably take your mind off tomorrow a bit, has it?
Yeah, for a short while, you know, it's going to be the biggest game I'll have ever played in, and you know, obviously it's on my mind, but you know, it's going to be like that, and I'm not looking forward to it.
Thanks a lot, boys. Good luck.
Good luck to you.
After the fun and frolics of yesterday, an air of calm had descended by breakfast this morning. But with Ryan Giggs still upstairs having treatment, manager Alex Ferguson hadn't yet made his one critical decision. Well, there's less than 15 minutes to go now before Manchester United leave their team hotel here in Windsor. The Giggs decision has been made, but they're not saying. If he starts the match, he'll be up front alongside Mark Hughes, and Nicky Butt will be a substitute. Otherwise, it'll be Nicky Butt who starts, and McClare will be up front alongside Mark Hughes. My guess, I think Ryan Giggs will play right from the start.
Big question really is, how did Tony Gubba stay on dry land during that filming? But they all look very relaxed in both camps, but they'll be down to business later on, and we'll have confirmation of those 11s for you a little later on as well. Now the crowds are just arriving, big exodus from the northwest today, of course, down the M6, down the M1. There was a time when you came to Wembley on Cup final day, and from 9 o'clock in the morning the streets were swarming with people. That seems to have changed. They've all got a bit more sophisticated these days and turn up more appropriately on time for, well, perhaps an hour or two's build-up leading up to the game. The gates here at Wembley don't open actually till 1 o'clock, and all we've got inside at the moment are the 100 or 200 of stewards, but The gates open at 1 o'clock, and those are the scenes outside Wembley at the moment. Now, one piece of news this morning, and it's about a managerial casualty, and these are the details. It's been announced in the last few minutes that Sheffield Wednesday have terminated the contract of manager Trevor Francis by mutual agreement, as they call it. Francis had been manager at Hillsborough for 4 years, but suffered a disappointing season in which Wednesday narrowly avoided relegation. Only 2 years ago, of course, he was here at Wembley, leading Wednesday in the FA Cup final, which they lost to Arsenal after a replay. So yet another Premiership manager has gone by the way. Now, of course, lots of VIP guests arriving here on Cup final day. Let's meet some of them now with Gary Richardson.
Peter Reid, nice to see you. You played here, of course, the last time the sides met. How much do you remember of that day now?
I remember we just played in the European Cup Winners' Cup final. Got here and it was a baking hot day, and to be fair, we didn't play well. It wasn't a good game. And Norman Whiteside got a brilliant goal, got beat.
Where do you think the balance of power lies this afternoon?
I just think it'll be how the respective back fours handle the respective attackers. If Ferguson plays, I think Pallister and Bruce have got to sort him out. And certainly Dave Watson will have a hard time with Mark Hughes. I think it'll be won and lost in them areas.
And for the players playing in a cup final, Manchester United against Everton, two big teams, what's it going to be like for them?
Oh, it's a massive game, and even me, you know, I just wish I was 10 years younger and I get the boots on. It'll be a brilliant day, and I just hope it's a good game. The last game wasn't a good game, but today's a lot of good players out there. I just hope it's a good game so the supporters and Everton just nick it.
A very biased prediction on the scoreline?
3-2 Everton.
Well, if there are 5 goals, we'll be doing very well indeed. And we'll be meeting the other guests throughout the afternoon here, of course. Well, the final chapter of the FA Cup this year should be written here this afternoon, although, of course, it could go to a replay on Thursday. But let's bring you the story of the Cup this year now as we go back to November and round 1.
It's there! It's Warhurst, it's Shearer, it's Sutton, it's 1-1. Lee Clark. He's got it!
Giggs with the cross, and the header down and in, and it's Mark Hughes. Can't deny possession, waits to chip. Brilliant.
Brief highlights there of the first 3 rounds. Well, it wasn't so many weeks ago that people were talking about a so-called dream final here, Manchester United against Tottenham Hotspur, and then Everton changed that particular story, of course. Well, Jurgen Klinsmann will have gained a little consolation, I suspect, by this week being voted the Footballer of the Year. He got his award in London on Thursday night, and we used the occasion to gauge some opinions about what might happen in this final here today at Wembley.
I think United have done brilliantly to hold on to what they've had with the rollercoaster season they've had. And, you know, they're going to go out there desperately wanting to win. I mean, when we played United, Alex Ferguson's job was on the line in that cup final all those years ago, and he's gone on from strength to strength. And I think Everton are on a high at the moment. If Ferguson comes back and he's fit, it's going to be a wonderful final. It's always a great occasion. I'm going to be there watching it.
Can Everton win it?
I think they can. In fact, I'm going to stick my neck on the line and say I think they're going to sneak it.
I'm pleased for Everton, you know, I mean, obviously you're not pleased when you get the sack, but these things happen. Some good lads at the club, particularly like Southall, Watson, Barry Horn, good professionals who, you know, with due respect to them, it's their later years and it may be a swan song for them. So I'm delighted for them, delighted for the fans, because they've got tremendous fans up there and they deserve something.
Playing at Wembley is a feeling that can't really be replaced. Doesn't matter how many years you go there, I think that tingle is still there, and I think that Manchester United as a club, they're still hungry. And I think with the way that the league programme finished and they lost the Premier League on that final day, I think that'll give them even more hunger for winning the game.
We played Everton a few weeks ago at Ipswich, and even Ipswich in the form that we're in recently gave them a very hard game, and we should have won. They won 1-0, but I wasn't particularly impressed. Maybe it was the pressures of fighting relegation that affected them. But I mean, really, I can only see one winner. I mean, if Manchester United don't win, they want their backsides kicking, but then again, it's a cup final.
I think it should be a great game. Both sides will be looking forward to it. No pressure at all. Everton are going to come out of this season with something at the end of the day. Premiership for next season. It would be great if they could do it, I suppose, for Joe's sake, you know.
You say it's going to be a great game. Who's going to win it?
I'll take Everton.
Really?
Yes, I will. Yes, I'll go for Everton.
Any particular reason?
No, probably because of all the interviews that you've done, everybody's probably tipped Manchester United.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's going to be 50-50. I mean, we thought we had a real good chance against Everton, and then we had this big defeat, and we were very disappointed. And I think there is no rule behind a cup game. That anything can happen, and that's the way it's going to be also on Saturday.
I wonder if he got to the final and indeed even won it, whether we would have seen him in English football for another season. We'll certainly miss Jurgen Klinsmann. Now, the teams are about to depart their various hotels. So Manchester United, as I understand it, are getting on the bus at their headquarters at Windsor. There's Lee Sharp, who will be conducting us through their team details a little later on, incidentally. Mark Hughes, who's never lost in an FA Cup final. Vital to them this afternoon. So they're just departing at the moment. They'll take a little time. We'll catch them when they're on the bus a little later on. Now, we showed you right at the beginning the goal that split these two great clubs when they last met here in the final in 1985. But what's happened to Norman Whiteside since? He had to give up the football at such tender years. We'll find out in a minute, but first let's remind you of that goal once again.
And here's Whiteside. Strachan is following up. Olsen on this side. That's all he's got. Whiteside shoots. It's there! Norman Whiteside has done it again.
I always remember when Norman scored the goal, he cut in, and Little Gordon made a fantastic run round the back of him. And I'm saying, pass it, pass it. And just as I'm saying, yes, Greedy, it's a goal.
And this young man, I wonder when he gets I was going to say, when he becomes a man, but he's never really been a boy in a football sense, Norman Whiteside. When he gets to 30, I wonder if he'll look back and believe what's happened to him.
In fact, Norman stormed past the 30 mark 2 weeks ago. He always did things at an early age. The youngest to score at Wembley is one record he set, and that cup-winning goal wasn't a hit and hope.
Believe it or not, I was actually getting back from the attack before. I was so tired, I was just stuck out in the right wing, just getting a break, and then Mark hit this ball to me, and I had to sort of pull myself together and sort of just edge towards goal. And I put Pat Van Den Haren, I didn't actually lift him down there, but I sort of jockeyed him to get him in line with Neville, so he was obstructed, he couldn't see the ball. And I just used him as a screen, if you like. I'm going to play the ball just around him, because when Neville could first see the ball, that, you know, from when I just played it, that was the distance his hand was away from getting it. And obviously when I moved to Everton Football Club, you know, a few years after, Big Nev gave me some stick about that, but I never scored another one past him.
Belfast-born, he played in the same United youth side as Mark Hughes. When he was 16, he didn't look like it and didn't play like it.
Norman was a year younger than me, but he had this skinhead, and he just played like a man, and he was frightening, absolutely frightening, and he put himself about, but you could also see that he had some great touches and some great skill.
He was homesick but single-minded. He soon settled into both his Manchester digs and the United first team, accepting and scoring from passes from the players of the likes of Brian Robson.
Oh, I say there's a gap there, and Whiteside.
How did you deal, a young lad from Northern Ireland, all of a sudden you're the youngest player to play in the World Cup, and the attention that must have created?
Yeah, it was a lot of attention. Well, unbelievable really, because I got in the first team as a 16-year-old, Manchester United, and within a couple of weeks, Billy Bingham was taking me to Spain to play in the World Cup finals. And not only that, I just happened to be born at the right time and playing a good Northern Ireland team. And to take the title from Edson Arantes do Nascimento, Pelé, the world-famous Pelé, that was a terrific achievement. Do you remember someone called Norman Whiteside? Ask your parents, they might. How many tickets do you want?
I'd heard about him before, and the more I see of him, the more I like him.
I don't think I've seen a 17-year-old lad with so much awareness of the game.
And you can throw the comics away now, because this fellow at just 18 has put the fiction writers out of business.
Well, looking around this room, there's some great memories in here.
Yeah, this is actually the 83 winning team where I scored to become the youngest ever player to score in the FA Cup final. And this one actually is the 2 years later, the 85. Some great players in that team. We just pointed to one of them, Brian Robson. Had some great times together.
And you keep mementos from those games?
Absolutely. This is actually the ball from the occasion where the boys were, the boys were kind enough to sign it for me after the game.
That's the ball you bent round Pat Van Den Haren, Neville Southall?
That's the one.
You've got the medal there too, is that the medal?
That's the medal also, from that day. Winner's medal. And to finish it off, I've actually got my boots here, 10 years on, but a bit antiquated, as you can see.
They're the boots that scored the goal?
Well, this is the one, the left one.
He joined Everton in 1989, but injury forced a premature retirement within 2 years, at just 26.
Oh, they missed it, Nevin! Hit the bar! Atterveld! It's in, at last! And it's Whiteside!
I'm sorry that Everton never got the best football out of Norman Whiteside, but that's the way injuries go.
As physio of Northwich Victoria, Norman kept an involvement in the game, and it's the medical side of football he has a great interest in. It's a full-time degree course in podiatry that he's chosen.
Good morning.
Having trodden on so many feet during his playing career, many people think it only right and proper that the balance be redressed.
I didn't realise how much was involved. And we're coming up to the end of the second year now, and it is really, really hard work. And instead of preparing for a cup final, I'm preparing for exams this week, so it's really different.
He still has an active involvement at Old Trafford. He's a regular host in United's hospitality suites. And if he ever needs a reference...
Of all the players that's in my time here, he would rank among the top 6 without question. Temperament, composure, control, passing awareness, competitiveness, he had a lot. He just had that one thing. It was not his problem, you know, it was an injury that he never quite got over. But oh, marvellous, cold as steel, temperament unbelievable. Could play in the biggest stage in the world, no doubt about that.
He nearly always did. He was a fine player. Ray Stubbs with that report. Well, now the teams are either leaving or have just left, so let's pick up those pictures once again of the buses leaving. This is Manchester United about to depart their team hotel out at Windsor. Good bit of advertising for Jones Executive. So they'll be here, I suspect, in about 45 minutes from now, and we'll see them arriving, of course. Meanwhile, at Everton, they're staying up at St Albans. They're just departing. It's Duncan Ferguson in the sunglasses there. It remains to be seen whether he plays or not this afternoon. We tend to think he may not. Graham Stewart there. He, of course, had a wonderful game in the semi-final against Tottenham, and we're expecting him to be in the 11 this afternoon, but we'll have confirmation about that in due course. Now I've got 2 gentlemen for you to meet here, 2 former very eminent captains of Everton, Brian LeBone next to me and Kevin Ratcliffe. Nice to see you here today. You're involved, you're going to play. Kevin, you're going to play today.
I'm having a turnout, yeah. I'm an underage player for the legend side, so yes. It's,
a young legend.
Yeah, I mean, I jump at the chance. I mean, who wouldn't if you're going to get a chance to play at Wembley again?
Absolutely. We'll bring you a glimpse of that Legends match a little later on too. Now, Brian, are you going to play today?
No, I'm the manager.
Very well.
As you can see, I'm not quite as fit as I was. So I'm the manager. A heart attack. I got a heart attack went Wembley way there, so I couldn't risk it. If Ray Wilson was playing, who was now an undertaker, I'd have a go, but not without Ray being around now.
You played in a good few finals here between you, did you? Brian, you played what, in 2?
66 and 68. We won one and lost one.
Yeah. The first one was Sheffield Wednesday, wasn't it? Trebleco, I remember.
Trebleco, yes. Sent down by God to get us out of a hole we were in. We were 2-0 down that game. In fact, after the game, there was a lot of graffiti around Liverpool, mainly in gentlemen's toilets. It went like this for those older people.
I don't know if we're ready for this, Brian. Give us a try.
Treble cock loves the Beverley Sisters. I won't go any further on that one, but that was the graffiti. a very subtle one.
And then you lost in your next final.
And we lost in 68 to West Brom when we were odds-on favourites. Just a bit like the United are today.
Yes.
Jeff Aslow, I saw on Thursday. He scored the goal.
Yeah.
Couldn't happen to a nicer fella, by the way, as I told him on Thursday.
I saw him singing a song on television last night.
I was with him, yeah, the old back home, Mexico, 1970.
Yeah.
There was Jeff, myself, Peter Bonetti, and Alan Clark. Brought back a few memories, but...
I bet.
But he's a fine character, is Jeff, yeah.
Now, Kevin, you played in, what, 4 finals, didn't you?
4 finals, yeah.
And captained the team on all those occasions? Yeah. First one was a winning, wasn't it? A winning one.
First one was a win against Watford, 2-0 win. Graham Sharp goal and Andy Gray goal, which I think there was a lot of speculation about the Andy Gray goal. Should it have been allowed or not? But
it's in the record books, Kevin.
It's a goal, isn't it? Yeah. Then the year after it was Manchester United, and the next one was Liverpool, where we were on to win the double, and at the end of the day we won nothing. Yes. Similar to what Manchester United up against.
And of course,
really.
Big Norman did you in that?
Well, in that game, yeah, which was a great goal. I mean, it was. I think they were down to 10 men at the time, and that's what changed the game. Them being down to 10 men, their crowd got behind them, and they defended well and broke even better.
Yes.
But I had a great privilege to play with Norman, and I must say I would have liked to have played him when he was at his best, because he was some player even to play at when he wasn't.
Well, you'll both be rooting for Everton today, of course, but what are your feelings about this final, Brian? How do you see it?
Well, I fancy us a bit, actually. Quite a lot. I think, obviously, United are a great side. A few key players missing. We beat them last time. Big Dunk, I don't know whether he's starting the match or not. I think I heard in the grapevine he mightn't start the match.
Who, Ferguson?
Ferguson, yeah, Big Dunk, yeah.
That's what we heard too, yeah.
But it certainly caused some trouble in the air at Goodison Park a few months ago, and he scored the only goal, so... I fancy us, but obviously it's a one-off, and I think the first goal could be very important.
Joe Raw's done a wonderful job, hasn't he?
Joe's done marvellously well, yes, yeah, he certainly has. This is not just lip service. Everton were going nowhere with 2 points, I think, when Joe came, or 3 points, and his record over the last 30 games, I think, would have got us in the top 5 or 6.
Yes.
And he's got the players, the confidence, and he's taken the pressure off them. He's obviously been going through hell himself inside, but he hasn't let that get through to the players. He's kept the pressure off them, and the same players are virtually, well, it's a different team, confidence and marvellous. Limpar, they're all players who were sort of seemed to be playing badly at the time, have all come around, you know. And it's all down to Joe.
What about the day of the match, Kevin? You've had those experiences. Did you get pent up? Was there a lot of nerves around in your day? They seemed so relaxed when we visited team headquarters.
Yeah, I mean,
just now.
remember you tried to get a lie in, but when you got somebody like Freddie Starr acting the Mickey outside your bedroom window in '84, you're up at 8:30, and obviously they were rehearsing for the show.
I think we were partly responsible for that. It was to
we thought it was Andy Gray at first, but you know it was Freddie Starr, and that.
Oldham, they've won a trophy every season.
Yeah, it's been a good 5 years I've had here. Hopefully the trend will continue this year and we'll win this FA Cup. They actually won the FA Cup the year before I come, so I mean it's been longer than that. But it's been a great 5 years and I've enjoyed it.
Just one quick final word. A lot of young players. There's Gary Neville, there's Nicky Butt likely to be involved either as a substitute or otherwise. What words will the older players like you have for them?
Well, to go out there and to enjoy the occasion. It's the first time they're going to be playing here or involved in it anyway. So it's just to take it in and just settle down and not to be as nervous and just play a normal game.
We know one thing, you won't be nervous.
Well, you never know.
Thanks,
all right.
Joe Parkinson, when the season opened, would you have thought it would have ended like this for you, a FA Cup final appearance?
No, I don't think anyone could have done. You know, the way our league form started, you know, we did struggle. We've managed to stay in the league and to finish off with a day like this, it's a dream.
What do you see as being very important for Everton today? What do you have to do?
Well, I think like we did at Goodison, we've got to get stuck into them and get at them and not be overawed by them. You know, they're a good side, but we must be a decent side to be here, and we're just going to enjoy it.
Is it very important to get at them very early in the match and let them know that Everton will compete like you always do?
Yeah, definitely. United, like to play it on the break, and they've got good players. And if we get stuck into them and rattle them a bit, maybe it's all going to work out fine.
Are you feeling any nerves?
A bit, yeah. You know, with the fans slowly coming in. You know, the butterflies are coming up now. Just seeing mum and dad. You know, it's one hell of a feeling.
Go and calm down. Thanks for talking to us.
Pleasure.
Cheers.
Right. See you later.
Graham Stewart, Joe Raw has just confirmed they're going to be playing this afternoon. The last couple of days must have been difficult, I expect.
Yeah, it's been difficult not knowing what's happening, but he told me yesterday, and I'm obviously delighted and looking forward to it very much.
Did you feel as though it might go the other way over the last week or so?
I thought it might do. I mean, especially with Duncan coming back. Duncan's a special player, very important for us. But I think it's come around just perhaps a little bit too early for him. But Duncan will start on the bench, and I'm just delighted to take my place alongside Paul Rideout.
What do you think Everton need to do? We've been hearing from the Everton players, of course you're going to have the work rate that you always have. It's important to start well against United and not let them settle, I would think.
Well, that's right. I mean, we set our stall out against Tottenham in the semi-final, and I think if we can do the same, with Manchester United, we give ourselves every chance. But obviously, Manchester United, very talented side, and if you let them play, they will do, and they'll create problems for you. So it'll be up to us to shut them down as quickly as possible, really, and then play ourselves.
And I expect, quite obviously, the biggest day in your footballing career?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I just want to get on with it, really, Ray, and, enjoy it every moment, really.
I'm sure you'll enjoy it. If we can bring Gary Ablett in, who I think you've been here before, haven't you, quite a few times?
Once or twice.
Now, your great history has been the first player to play for Everton in a cup final. You've played for Liverpool in a cup final. Does the atmosphere change? Does it get easier to come here to deal with the nerves and the occasion?
No, I don't think so. I think you still get the same buzz as I had in 1988 when I first came. But although you said it is an honour for me to have represented both clubs, but really won't mean much unless we win. It's personally to me anyway. So
now this Everton side, we've been hearing what the difference has been from being out on the field. How do you feel as though you've improved? What's been the secret?
I just think it's probably more passion and commitment and more willing to play for each other as a team and close people down as a team. And whereas I think before the manager came, we were doing it as individuals, and we were getting sort of cut up with the ball and people were running through us. But I think we've knocked all on the head now. We're starting to play together as a team once more.
And it's going to be a blue day, evident for victory?
I hope so, yes. Last time I was here it was a red day, so hopefully it'll be a blue day today.
Gary, thanks for joining us.
Cheers, Ray.
And the team The team news we hear from Joe Royal, having spoken to him a few moments ago, is that it'll be the same side that won the semi-final. Duncan Ferguson and Daniel Amokachi will be the substitutes.
Well, Steve Bruce, Manchester United's captain, have you put the disappointment of not quite clinching the championship last week behind you and ready for today?
Well, it's got to be, isn't it? I mean, and what better way to forget about it than play at Wembley again? I mean, it doesn't matter how many times you come here, the atmosphere and everything about it still has you jangling a little bit, and looking forward to it.
You've got one or two fledglings in the squad, people alongside you here like Nicky Butt.
Some say he looks older than me, don't you think? He looks older than me, don't you think?
Now, you've just walked out on the field here, Nicky. What do you think about the atmosphere at Wembley?
Oh, very impressed. Everyone dreams about this atmosphere and playing in front of these, and I'm no different. I'm just looking very forward to it.
I mean, you're involved in the match in one way. Has the manager told you whether you're starting or whether you're a substitute?
No, we'll find out in a minute and we're going in.
So you still don't know till you get in the dressing room?
No.
He's telling lies there.
Well, the captain says he knows, but anyway, you keep your secrets a little bit longer. And if we just move along to well, Mr. Smiler, I suppose we ought to say, Paul Ince. I mean, at least you play your football with a smile, sometimes with a bit of aggression as well. Are you looking forward to this afternoon?
Yeah, very much so. It's the showpiece at the end of the season, and we're just glad we're part of it.
Young players in the side, any words that you're going to have for them to sort of bring them through?
No, I think at their age, the likes of Nicky Butt, Neville, even Ryan to a degree, you just got to get out and enjoy it, soak up the atmosphere and enjoy it. It's not often you come to Wembley, at such a young age, they just got to enjoy their football.
And if we just move on the line now to Ryan Giggs. Ryan, what's the week been like for you? Because you've been virtually on the treatment table all week, haven't you?
That's right. I just, at the start of the week, I didn't think I'd be involved, but gradually the hamstrings got better, so hopefully I'm going to be involved today.
You had treatment, in fact, as late as this morning, didn't you?
That's right, yeah.
It was a hamstring.
Yeah.
Which leg was it?
My right leg, my wooden leg.
Now, have you as a manager, made a decision whether you play or not?
Yes.
But we're not finding out as yet. Just tell us what you think this afternoon is going to be like for you out there when you do get on the field, either as a start or as a substitute.
Hopefully, if we'll get a good lead and hopefully be able to keep it like last year.
Good spirit?
Yeah, definitely.
And let's just have a final quick word here with another man who's come over to talk to us, Brian McClare, the thinking man of the side, if I may be so bold. Is that fair?
Well, that's very kind of you to say so. Sure my teammates wouldn't agree with that.
Now, you've had a super season, having sort of had one or two disappointments at Manchester United when you've sometimes been left out of the side. You've had longer runs in the team this year than most.
I'm sure a lot of people would have been pleased they've been disappointed at Manchester United. I've had a great career here. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. But it's all about playing, and I've been playing more this season than I did last season. I think that the experience of last season helped me an awful lot. When you've had the disappointment of not playing, it gives you a new lease of life, and you tend to enjoy yourself. And I think that every game that I've approached, I've tried to enjoy it.
Sure. Have a good game this afternoon. At least you know that you are playing.
I think I am. Yeah. Things could change. You never know.
I think that Ryan Giggs' smile might have given the game away. I think he might very well be in the starting 11 for Manchester United. Could be wrong, but we'll certainly see shortly. But we now know the news is that Duncan Ferguson and Amokachi will be on the bench for Everton. It looks very much as though they're playing the 11 who had that wonderful victory over Tottenham in the semi-finals with Stewart and Rideout up front. Right, let's continue our story of how these teams got here by looking back now at both the quarter-finals and semi-finals.
Hughes. Real contest of wills that with McDonald. Giggs has got Sharp in here, and Sharp has scored. Irwin, number 3, looks the main candidate. And Irwin, number 3, has got number 2 for Manchester United.
And it's McManaman on to Walters. Oh, Barmby slipped. It's still Walters. He's going all the way here. McManaman's outside him still. Walters cross. Fowler! Howell's looking for Klinsmann. He's got 2 defenders. Here's Sheringham. Oh, what a goal! What a reply by Tottenham and Teddy Sheringham. Anderson got it back in. Oh, and here's Klinsmann for a great chance. It's Klinsmann for Tottenham, and he's got it with 2 minutes to go.
That's awkward. Here's Armstrong. Thompson. Ball. Well played. Goodman. Only Kelly in the box for now. Here is Kelly. It's 1-1. Flicked by Patterson. Cox jumped well. Dowie. It's 2-1 to Palace. Armstrong. Pitcher. Oh, it's saved! Darren Pitcher. Headers by Shaw. Cox to Armstrong. The more Wolves push forward, the more Armstrong will stretch them with his pace. He's away from Law. Oh! It's another wonderful Crystal Palace goal.
Ferguson nods down. Brilliant! Oh, it's in! Dave Watson. Jackson's header! Oh, it's in! Matt Jackson at the near post. Everton have taken the lead. It's right out clean through against Walker. Good save by Walker. Stewart! It's 2-0 now. It's Klinsmann against Southall. Will it be the first goal that Everton have conceded in the FA Cup this season? It is, and it's put Tottenham back in the game. Limpar, they've got 4 against 4. Graham Stewart's had to check, he would have run off the pitch. Inside him is Barry Horn here, number 10. Stewart's available now. That's his cross. Amagachi! And it's back to him from Klinsmann. In go the tackles, and the interceptions, and the passes, and the release ball to Anders Limpar. Now he's got somebody sprinting up to his left. I think it's Gary Ablett there. And Amagachi is square and unmarked. Amagachi, surely! It's another one! It's another one! And that's it now. It's all over.
Teaser. And was brushed off the crossbar by Schmeichel. Salako at the back. And Dowie! It's Owen. Oh, it's a brilliant goal! Wasn't much room to put it, but he found the gap. Here's Armstrong. Still Armstrong! Yes! But he's threatened to make his pace count, and his manager almost matching that pace. Bannister! He doesn't get many.
but he's got a crucial one in this semi-final. Bruce is coming forward! The skipper comes back to score with a bullet header. Again, Bruce is the last to come forward. Didn't need to touch it this time because Pallister was ahead of him. And Manchester United lead 2-0. Armstrong, Southgate. Touch let him down. He's lucky he's got a free kick, and Keane overreacting, Houghton getting involved. This is exactly what the game did not need, particularly in these circumstances.
Well, let's hope he concentrates on his football skills today, because, of course, he's got plenty. Well, now, just a reminder of our competition that we started earlier about picking the best goal of the 20 that we showed earlier on. A reminder of these, or perhaps you're looking at them for the first time, I don't know. But we showed 20 goals, 20 famous cup final goals earlier. These are the first 10. And if you'd like to vote for the one you like best, well, there's the number, appropriately changed down the right-hand side to relate to the number of goal. So those are the first 10. Just have a look at those for a moment, and then here are the second 10, and if you need a little bit more time, it's also on CFAX page 615 if you have that. The phone lines are open till 3 o'clock, and we'll have the result of it all for you at half-time in the big match here this afternoon. Well, now let's concentrate on the managers, Alex Ferguson and Joe Royle, both doing a marvellous job, of course. Actually, they're very good friends indeed, and earlier this week, Barry Davies caught up with both of them.
People talk about pressure. Where is it greater, at the top or at the bottom?
Oh, at the bottom, believe me. I mean, I've had 3 years now going into the last week of the season, looking up the table. You know, obviously 2 years with Oldham, and with due respect, it was never quite the same pressure, because the Oldham people realised that, you know, this was Valhalla, this was the marvellous Premier League, and they'd really enjoyed it, you know. But it was still your personal pressure. You don't want to be relegated, you don't want to lose. And we'd had a few last day nerves then, and of course it looked like it was going to be the last week again this season. And whilst, okay, people might have said that Everton were in a bad way when we went there with 8 points, it still wouldn't have mattered. It would have been my name on the corpse. We have a restless public, and the bigger your restless public, the bigger the pressure.
So what on earth makes you do it?
I don't
know. Well, I think that for instance, when I was a player, I served my apprenticeship as a toolmaker. And then when I finished my apprenticeship, when I finished that, I decided to go full time. From that day on, I decided to commit myself to football. And it is a tremendous commitment. I mean, I'll see Joe at reserve games. We've seen each other at reserve games, watching Bolton reserves versus maybe Tranmere reserves or something like that. I've been to reserve games, I see a lot of managers there. You travel up and down the country, that's a commitment. So it's just in the blood. But once you go into it, you have to understand you have to make a real commitment if you want to be successful.
But do you, in fact, go into it because you know that the legs won't carry you anymore? I mean, if you could extend your playing career until you were 60, would you have done that?
Yes. Yes, not a problem at all, because...
So it's no compensation?
I've always said this is second-hand thrills, really. I mean, the best thrill of the lot was always banging the ball in the net or running around when you won something. You know, that was great. And playing football. I mean, so the actual source of the whole thing is football. We love football. And I always think that if you fall out of love with football, if you lose that enthusiasm, you may as well get out the next day, because this is no business to be in if you don't enjoy it, if you can't see the good times and enjoy it.
Sometimes when we see shots of managers in the dugout, I mean, if that's enjoyment, it certainly doesn't look like it.
Well, unfortunately, it does end every week with 90 minutes madness, and that can happen, and you can see people, and I turn around to Willie, my number 2, and I say, well, if I ever get like that, please tell me. And then you pick up the paper the next day and someone's caught you. you know, with the jugular veins out, wild eyes. No, I mean, that's your enthusiasm.
But he couldn't score goals against West Ham.
There was a moment yesterday I said to myself, this is time to make a substitution. I'd love to have been on. That final bit, you know, you said, get that ball in that net, and it just won't go in. You wish you were on. That's kind of what the both of us were saying, because we're both strikers, and Joe was a striker, you say to yourself, we should have been playing. You know, it doesn't, you're just, the legs go, I mean, it's just a dream, that.
Am I being unfair? A few years ago, you would have really been showing that. Yesterday, I don't know what you were feeling inside, but you didn't show it.
But it's experience of handling all the various things over the years that to come to this club, and it took us four or 5 years to really start to achieve what this club was capable of. And in that period, there are anxieties, and you wouldn't be human if you didn't show an anxiety. I mean, for instance, there's a media portrayal of me that being a dour Scot, never smiles watching games. But even when we're winning, I don't smile. Even when we're doing well, I don't smile, because I have to concentrate in that game. I don't take notes. I've never taken notes. I take it there. If I don't concentrate, I'll not take it there. So thereby, there's a seriousness about it.
What do you do to escape from it?
Watch football.
Yeah. As long as I go home and I watch a lot of television, I must admit. And in the summer, I get down to a few books, that type of thing. But I can go home and relax watching television.
Well, what do you like to live with at that time? I mean, do your wives know when not to bring up some problem in the background?
But you know, the great thing about wives, they can all of a sudden get back to the mundane things and make it feel important. For instance, you come in and say, that gardener's not been. And the last thing you want to know is that the gardener.
Yeah.
You know, the washing machine's playing up. You're saying, we've been beaten 3-0. And she's on about a washing machine. You know what I mean? They're brilliant at that. It just brings you right back to earth, doesn't it?
Now, third time lucky?
What's against?
Give me a break.
I hope so. I hope so.
But I mean, they were amazing matches.
Yes,
your Oldham team against Manchester United.
Yes. David and Goliath, really. And they were tremendous matches, and you know, there were certain things swayed them in each game. The 3-3 game at Main Road was terrific. Probably as good an advert for British football as you'd see. I don't think the semi-final last year, when we played a much more tactical game, we got most things right on the day against United, bar for one burst of inspiration from Mark Hughes. I mean, any other player, the ball would still be travelling, it'd still be in orbit. Coming over his shoulder, a volley, textbook volley. If that was scored by a Brazilian, you'd be seeing that for 10 years on British television.
I think we have seen it quite a lot.
Too much.
But as I said, I mean, it's now Goliath, isn't it?
Yes.
There's no David with you now.
No.
League form?
Well, our league form, we go into it with 60 feet in 33 games. So we've been hard to beat. We've drawn too many games, but during that time, of course, we have beaten United 1-0 at Goodison. So we're going into the game with no complex whatsoever.
I think we have to play well on Saturday to win. You know, because Everton have been in this dogfight for many months of getting out of the relegation.
Less of the dogs, will you? Quite touchy about that.
Yeah, the dogs of war. But no, they have been involved in this great struggle, and the players are familiar with that type of game, having to fight to survive. And Joe, as is quite what he pointed, it's a big game for Everton, and so that's why we'll need to play well to win. And if we play well and win, I'll be really satisfied. I think there is.
But if you win them without playing well?
I would be a bit disappointed. If we produce moments that people remember, because at 90 minutes it can't all be condensed into the great things of football. There has to be good defending. We have to defend the corner kicks very well on Saturday. But if we're producing moments that people remember, like Giggs can do some things and Hughes can do some things, we have individuals we hope we can light up a bit. And that is...
You don't want to mention a few more names just to worry him a bit, do you?
Yeah, no.
I was just thinking that's a bit of gamesmanship, isn't it?
Cantona.
He won't be playing.
One last thought as you walk out side by side. I mean, it's familiar territory for you. What will you be feeling at the moment? Will you have some special thing?
I'll be enjoying it because when I went there, I think on November the 11th, if you'd have promised me then that we were going to survive and go to Wembley, I'd have taken that. And that's what we are. We're there to enjoy it. But we know what the feeling is having gone this far. Let's have a go and win it. This is the first time we've been totally focused on the cup through all the rounds. And hopefully, if we perform as we did in the semi-final, which is our best performance of the season against Tottenham, it'll be a great game.
Some of the greatest managers never took their team to Wembley. Never got the chance. Some of the greatest players never played in the FA Cup final. So you never take that for granted. I love that. I love it. I look forward to it. I think it's like the most exciting part of your life, being able to take your team out in the football stadium in the country. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind about it. I'll be really proud to take them out. And I hope it's a really good day for us.
Who will come out on top? Well, of course, that's precisely what we're here to find out. I've just heard, incidentally, the second, that's quite wrong, Ryan Giggs will start on the bench today for Manchester United. We'll have confirmation of both teams for you in a moment or two. But there's a bit of action going on down there right now because there's a Legends match taking place. Former stars of both these great clubs are down there. I'm sure you'll remember many famous names and faces now as we join Clive Tilsley for a few moments.
Everton 1, Manchester United 0 is the scoreline in the game, but that really is neither here nor there. It's the memories that are rolling back as players as old as Billy Fowkes at 63 and Dave Hickson at 65 relive one or two great memories on this ground. Lou Macari that was, with the flashing header for Manchester United, but it was Andy King here, the current manager of Mansfield Town, who scored the goal which separates the sides at the present moment. Alex Stepney is the Manchester United goalkeeper, and Andy's had a mixed week. He was hoping to come here next weekend with Mansfield for the playoffs, but they were beaten by Chesterfield in midweek, as at least managed to notch on the afternoon. First goal we've had. This is Jesper Olsen, who played in that 85 final against Everton here. 1 or 2 on the field from that game, including number 3 here, Kevin Moran, who didn't quite see the afternoon out. Jim Ryan to Brian Greenoff, Stevie Coppell. A little bit too long for Alan Gowding, and it's turned behind by Mick Bernard there, the Everton number 2. Alex Stepney, who made that wonderful save from Eusebio here in the 68 European Cup final, 50 years of age now. That header was by David Jones, the current Stockport manager, playing for Everton. This is Jesper Olsen. And there's Jim Ryan, who's still a part of the staff at Manchester United, one of Alex Ferguson's backroom boys. Plenty of smiles. George Woods, the Everton goalkeeper. It's a match that's been played at a fairly leisurely pace. There's a few competitors out there. Here's Andy King, the scorer of that one and only goal, dispossessed by Jim Ryan. One back by David Johnson. Super striker for Everton and Liverpool, playing in defence today, but as the years roll by, then you do tend to work your way backwards down the field. John Bailey is the Everton left back there. That's Kevin Moran. And that's the end of the game, and Everton have won it. Well, it'll be an occasion which will be remembered long into the night, I dare say. That's Dave Hickson. What a player he was in the 50s for Everton and Liverpool. He had a couple of spells with Everton. 65 years of age, still on the staff at Goodison Park. Billy Fowkes behind him, the oldest man in the Manchester United team at 63, and a European Cup final winner here in 1968. Alan Whittle, who was a title winner for Everton in that Joe Rawls side of 1970. Duncan McKenzie, always a great crowd pleaser in his brief spell with Everton. Brian Greenoff, who played in the finals here in 76 and 77. His brother Jimmy claimed one of the goals against Liverpool in 1977. And Bob Latchford, looking as young as ever. Great centre forward for Everton in the late 70s. Brian Kidd, I see, joining in on the reunion. There's Neville Southall coming on to shake hands with George Wood, one of his predecessors, and Andy King. time has been a little kinder to some than others. This was the goal that won it, made by Duncan McKenzie and scored by Andy King, who always had an eye for goal from midfield in his younger days, and Alex couldn't quite get down there this time. He'll be reminding a few people of that as the day and evening wears on. Dave Hickson receives the Legends Match trophy, which goes with this fine event, which hopefully will become a fixture on Cup final day. So first blood today to Everton. It's not quite the real thing, but it'll do for starters. And the first lap of honour of the afternoon is led by Dave Hickson on behalf of the Everton Legends team.
Well, some memories there for us, and indeed for them, I suspect. Well, our team's arrived. Gary and Alan and Jimmy all set to give you the benefit of their wisdom about what might happen today and tell us how wrong they were later. But meantime, let's meet the teams, and we'll go through the Everton team first. Compliments of their captain, Dave Watson.
Right, you ready? Neville Southall, age 36, position goalkeeper. Has been, never would be.
Great professional, Neville. He's the hardest trainer at the club. He's well liked on Merseyside. Everyone loves him to death, and he's been, a great ambassador to Everton Football Club. The other side of him is he winds everyone up. He's always up to something. He tells people what he thinks straight to the face. As soon as he comes into training, he's having a go at someone for some reason or other. But that's just him. They just have to take it off Neville, because if you don't, he'll give you the belt.
Matt Jackson, 23 years of age and a defender.
Matt's been in all the cup games this year. Since Earl Barrett's come, he's been left out of the league programme. But he's come in, he's done a great job all the time, and he scored a vital goal at Bristol City, which we won 1-0. And that was the start, the start of the cup run. They call him Floppy because he just doesn't got a care in the world, really. He just flops around, But good lad.
Gary Ablett, age 29, left back.
Gary does a good job either as centre-half or left-back. A good left foot. He prefers to play centre-half, but, as I say, he's been in at left-back a lot of the time this season, and he's done a good job. He's known as the ninja around the club. I think it's because of his slanting eyes. But if anything needs to, and Gary's there to help out, and he wouldn't say no to anyone.
Dave Unsworth, 21, defender.
He's been my legs this season, David. He's very quick. He reads the game a lot better now, and he's got an awful lot about him. Great left foot, and he's come on great, and he's got a real good future. And the other side of him, it's just a pity that his dad's a Manchester United season ticket holder.
Barry Horn, midfield, 32.
Barry's had a great season. He's been in the middle of midfield for most of the season. Won't let you down, Welsh captain. He sets a great example. Barry will tackle anything that moves. He's our PFA representative. He's a bit bright upstairs, Barry. I think he's got a degree at university in that.
Joe Parkinson, 23, centre midfield.
Joe, his first season here, and he's settled in great, middle of midfield player. He's big and strong, and he gets a tackle in. And if it was an eating competition on Saturday, we'd enter Joe, and I'm sure we'd win it no problem. He's known to the lads as the pie man, for obvious reasons.
Hello, my name is Anders Limpar. I'm 29 years old, and I'm a winger.
He took his time settling in, but when he's hit form, which he has done recently, he's a match winner. His feet are so quick. He beats defenders, and he makes the defender look a fool. I know in training he's done it to me a million times, and you know what he's going to do, but you just can't do nothing about it. He's a quiet lad, Swedish international. He just comes in, gets on with his job, and goes back home.
Andy Hinchcliffe, age 26, midfield.
Andy started off as a left full-back, and he's been pushed into the left-hand side of midfield. And it's the reason for us scoring a lot of goals is by the quality of the ball he's put in the box for the likes of Big Duncan and Paul Rideout. Great left foot, and I know goalkeepers find it a nightmare trying to defend against the corners he takes. He's known to the lads as Bruce Forsyth.
name is Paul Rideout, age 30, just centre forward.
Paul, he's had his best goal scoring season this season. I think he's around 15, 16 goals. He's done a great job for us. I mean, especially when Duncan's been out the side and Paul sort of carried the front line. He's done brilliant, good target man, he's got a good touch. On the nickname side, we could be here all night, so I think I better give that one a miss.
Graham Stewart, 24, and I'm a striker.
Cockney Ken, he's known as to the lads. He's done well when he's come in the side, Graham. He's a lad who scores, you know, goals in big games. He has done at Wimbledon last year.
Dave Watson, 30-ish, and centre half.
Dave Watson, great player, great touch, lovely skill on the ball. No nicknames at all. Believe that, you'll believe anything.
Ferguson nods down. Brilliant! Oh, it's in! Ferguson's head and Dave Watson puts Everton in front.
Good lad, thanks very much, Dave, for steering us through that. Now here's confirmation of the 11, and we can put that into some sort of form for you in a second or so. But Alan Hansen, first of all, are you surprised that they've gone with the team that won the semi-final convincingly, or would you have expected Ferguson to start?
Well, I think they played so well in the semi-final that there's no qualms about starting with that lineup. Ferguson, for me, has probably been the best player since Joe Royle became manager, but he's been out for 5 weeks, so, and this is a taxing pitch. If he just started with him, he might have only lasted 20-25 minutes. If Everton get in trouble, they can always pitch him on in the last 20 minutes, and he can show his quality then.
Where do you see the strengths lying for Everton today, Gary?
I think in their aggression and their competitiveness in midfield. I think that's where they beat Spurs. They close people down very quickly, right over the field, and they want to win. They've got a terrific spirit, and that's what, if anything, will see them through today.
Yeah. I said earlier, Jimmy, that talking to Joe Royle yesterday, he's got great admiration for Limpar, who had an outstanding match in the semi-final. I wonder, though, can he reproduce that kind of form here against these excellent fullbacks of Manchester United today?
Well, it's a wonderful pitch on which to do it. It's a perfect surface, and if you have got that kind of running skill, not a bad place to show the world that you can do it.
Yeah.
But I think what Everton have got is morale. You know, they've just saved themselves from going out of the Premiership. You know, who cares? We're in the final. We might even win it. I think whereas United have got the fear of losing it, and I think that's the greatest thing in Everton's favour.
The manager takes all the accolades for me. He came at a time when Everton were on the road to nowhere. He's changed one or two little things, but as Gary said, they've got that competitive edge, they've got a little bit of team spirit, they're playing for each other, and the quality that I've got on the side is shining through. Little things have become big things. Hinchcliffe taking the corners, for example. Why was he never taking them before Joe Royle arrived? No, it's a best form of attack, the Hinchcliffe corner kicks. He's told Hinchcliffe, go and take everyone. And it's fantastic.
It's a positive bench, Gary, isn't it, with Ferguson and Amakachi there, no defender.
It's very positive, but he's got players that are versatile. Hinchcliffe can certainly go back and play defensively. Ablett could switch to centre half, so I don't think it's a concern. If a defender went off, he could compromise. But what they have got is quality on the bench as well, and I would think Ferguson will certainly have a part to play, unless Everton go 2 or 3 goals up, of course, which is unlikely.
Well, you've tipped them, haven't you?
I've tipped Man United, actually.
Oh, you've tipped Man United, that's right.
I've been forced to tip Man United.
The strikers are under pressure on both sides. They've got Giggs, you know, and Ferguson sitting there waiting to come on if you have a bad game.
The only thing that will go against the Everton style of play is the pitch. You know, I think it's a blessing in disguise it's not too hot for them, because it's very difficult to keep going like that for 90 minutes. And the last 20-25 minutes of a cup final, usually players get tired, and that's when Manchester United might come back into it.
Well, thanks for the moment. Let's just underline the United team for you now, and Lee Sharp is steering us through this one.
My name is Peter Schmeichel. I'm 31 years of age, and I'm a goalkeeper.
The sheer size of him, I think he's got such a presence in the goal. One-on-ones, he's unbelievable. Comes out and spreads himself all fours. Crosses, he's absolutely huge. He's got such a strong presence. It makes the back four just feel so comfortable with him now. As a fella, he's not too bad off the pitch, but he's a bit of a bad loser on it. He's just got that winning edge, you know. He just loves to win.
Gary Neville, age 20, full back.
He's done really well at the moment. I mean, he's a dead strong tackler, dead good in the air, you know. He's come on leaps and bounds, slotted in at right back, where he usually plays centre half. He's slotted in at right back and done really well. He hardly ever speaks. He always looks serious. He's from Bury, so he sort of calls himself Gurry instead of Gary, you know, so he takes a bit of stick for that.
My name is Dennis Arwin. I'm 29 years old and I play left back.
When we do the shooting, he hits his shots like he hits his free kicks. He sort of gets that up and over whip that he can get on it. He's one of the best finishers at the club, I think. After the penalty the other week, it was quoted in a lot of the papers that they were calling him the Iceman. Never buckles under the pressure or anything, always keeps his cool. Quiet fella, Dennis, but always comes up with a witty remark now and again, you know. So got to be careful of Dennis.
Steve Bruce, central defender, age unfortunately 34.
Other than Bruce, you're looking like one of my bulldogs. I think the only other nickname he's got is I think he's Dolly out of Dolly and Daisy, like the manager calls him. Him and Pally. I think he must be Dolly because I'm sure he calls Pally Daisy. He thinks he should play up front actually. That's where he thinks his natural position is. So he's played all these years and he's just realised he should be a centre forward, not a centre half.
Gary Pallister, 29, centre half.
I think he must be one of the only centre halves in the country that's only got 2 bookings. He got booked in the 2 semi-final games and he's not been booked for the rest of the season. He tells everybody it's his reading of the game ability and his speed and all these sort of things, and we just say that he's a bit soft and don't bother tackling anybody. We're all sat round eating the meal before the West Ham game, the night before the West Ham game, and Stars in Your Eyes came on. And this bloke come on with a big suit on, with a big quiff on his head like that as Eddie Cochran. So it's actually, because he's growing his hair, it's actually stuck. So we just call him Eddie now.
My name is Roy Keane. I play midfield and I'm 23.
Sets the standard from the first minute when he first goes into a tackle. I'd hate to play against him week in, week out. He really is a good player. But off the pitch, he's actually told me to be nice to him. I told him a few of the names I could call him, and then he says, "Oh no, please be nice." Nobody's ever nice. So I won't call him schizo or psycho like we usually do. So I'll just I'll stick by saying he's top man.
Hi, my name's Paul Ince, 27 years of age, plays centre midfield for Manchester United Football Club. Thank you.
Paul Ince, he likes to be known as the governor, but I've told him I'm not going to call him that. I think he's the only one in the squad that calls himself it. We call him the Frankie, because the newspaper report said he was going to be the new Frank Rijkaard. He's always saying he's the best midfielder in Europe and all this, so he takes a bit of stick. We just told him he's got to get the little dreadlocks now to go with it. Between him and Keane, I think it's probably the best midfielder in Europe. I mean, strength-wise and just sheer guts and determination, I think they stand a chance of running any midfield.
Brian McClure, 31 years of age, midfield.
Chuck is another one you've got to be careful of. He comes out with a few comments that can cut you down to size. He's our dictionary in the dressing room. If anybody's ever got a problem with different words or different sayings or anything like that, it's straight to Brian McClure. He's the one. He's the Telegraph reader. Guardian and Telegraph. We all read the Sun and the Mirror. He's the Telegraph and all the posh papers.
Mark Hughes, just 31. My position's centre forward.
Mark Hughes, the triple ledge. He's unbelievable, Sparky. I mean, he just seems to cross that line and, you know, pull the shirt on, cross the line, and just that's him. He's just snapped over. He turns into a bit of a Tasmanian devil. He scored some absolutely spectacular goals. He scores them in all the big occasions, you know, and the amount of goals he scored in semi-finals and finals has been phenomenal. How big are his thighs? Well, if you put your 2 legs together and measure round, it's probably another couple of inches on top of that.
Ryan Giggs, 21, forward.
Obviously got absolutely fantastic talent. When I played fullback, I didn't come across it many tricky wingers. He must be a nightmare for fullbacks to be playing against. You never know which way he's going to go. He's like rubber when he's on the ball. You know, he gets so low when he drops his shoulder, and there's a few of us that always do extra training. He's always prepared to work on his game, and I think it shows on the pitch on a Saturday. He knocks around with sort of his old school pals, so you don't see a lot of him. See more of him in the paper actually than we do off the field. Hi, I'm Lee Sharp. I'm 23 and I'll play left wing. I prefer to play wide left. You know, coming into midfield to help defend, or maybe if I'm not getting the ball, I'll come into midfield and sort of dig in. I love to celebrate a guy. I mean, I just think you need to be enjoying football. You know, you need to enjoy it to play well. That's why I do the celebrations, and you never know when you're going to score again. So I've had too many injuries and been out for too long to sort of think, well, I'm not going to celebrate this. I'll celebrate next time and all that. I'll just make the most of it when it happens.
Giggs has got Sharp in here, and Sharp has scored. The cup holders are in front.
Thanks to Lee, very well done indeed. We've heard since we compiled that, of course, that Giggs will be on the bench and Nicky Butt will start the match. He'll be in the 11. It's his first full season, of course. He'd only had a couple of United appearances before this term. 20 years of age. I think he's played in the Youth Cup final here, but this will be a big day for him. He starts the match for Manchester United, and we'll just underline that team for you in a second or two. But there's going to be quite a battle in midfield here today, and we'll get some more expert opinion on that in just a second or so. But just to confirm, Nicky Butt starts. Giggs, who's been injured, starts on the bench. So let's give you the 11 for United. It's like this. Now, again, I'll come to you, Alan Hansen, first, for your thoughts on that 11.
Well, he hasn't played Giggs, obviously, the same reason that Joe Royle hasn't played Ferguson. Giggs hasn't played for 5 weeks. He can always throw him on and put him in the action. I think they're very, very strong down the middle. Schmeichel, Bruce Pallister, Bottins and Hughes. It's difficult to see if that team played really well that Everton could beat them. They've got quality right throughout the side. The two centre-backs are a major influence in the side, and Hughes up front, for me, you know, he always produces the goods when it gets tight.
Makes you wonder why I left him out last week.
Well,
just a bizarre decision, and it was clearly a big mistake.
They certainly played better when he came on. And
well, they did.
West Ham, you're talking about, yeah.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and it cost them a championship in many, or it could have done. I mean, it's hypothetical, but he's such a great player on the big occasion. He's not been in the best of form in recent weeks, which is probably the reason Ferguson left him out. But he'd want him in a game like today because he's always rises to the occasion.
I think the goal in the semi-final last season sums it up. You know, if it's tight and they're in trouble, he's always going to give you something extra.
What do you think about this, Jimmy, about, you know, the fact that they just missed out on the championship and now they've got to come and the phrase is lift themselves again? Do you think that that's a problem for them, or are they so professional that it doesn't bother them and they get on with it?
Well, I think the key there is the manager. I think the one thing that they have as a club is a passion for winning. And I think if you're a player under Alex Ferguson, you don't slack. And I wouldn't like to have had half a bad first half and have Alex come into the dressing room at half-time and judge me. I tell you that. He is a winner. He's proved it throughout his career. And he'll be picking them up from last week's disappointment. And it's not just a matter of passion. There's an awful amount of talent in that side. But they're very strong defensively at the back, particularly in the air. And that's where Tottenham were demolished in a way in the semi-final. And I can't see them doing that to United today because of that great strength. We talk about the Giggs and the Inces and all the Hugheses, you know, and my favourite, McClare, which long-term haven't moved away from that.
I think the British public have spotted that one.
You would. So just, I'm declaring my hand before in case he gets taken off after 30 minutes.
You don't have to lift yourself.
But it is that passion that is going to be there from Manchester United.
This is the biggest game that these players will ever play in. I'll tell you this much now. And on a one-off occasion, nothing beats this game.
Let's have a little forecast from you, starting with Gary. What do you think? Hunch time.
Well, I'm going to go for United. As a former Everton man, I've tipped them to lose every round, and I've had letters from Everton fans saying, whatever you do, don't pick Everton.
Imploring you.
I'll go for United.
It's an easy way out, that, isn't it?
I'll take it.
It's the intelligent way out.
I think if United play well, they'll win. If Everton play the way they played in the semi-finals against Tottenham, they'll win. But if you put me on my neck on the line, I'll go for Manchester United.
But everybody expecting a tight one, Jim. We might not see 4 goals like last year.
I think your verdict earlier on this afternoon was perfect.
Go on.
A very close game with the help of you outside 1-0 to Manchester United. But I'm not saying that.
Did I say that?
Well, no, it wasn't you. It was David Pleat. It was David Pleat said it, but you sort of agreed with him,
we easily
didn't you?
confused?
You said, no. David Pleat said 1-0 United in a close game.
Close game, I agree.
Exactly.
Close
yeah,
game.
well, it's nice when David Pleat and you agree. I mean, what can the rest of us do to argue about that?
And who are you going for then? Who are you going for, United?
I think a Lancashire team will win the cup.
Thanks a lot, Jim. We pay a fortune for these kind of opinions. We hope we get a bit more sense at half-time, but there we are. Right, we're all set for this Littlewood Sponsors FA Cup final for 1995, and it's time to join our commentary team now of Trevor Brooking, and first, Barry Davis.
Wembley Stadium dressed overall for what is still the biggest date in its sporting calendar. Blue to our right, red to our left, and in between the most luscious looking pitch you could wish. It's a far cry from Newbury Lane, Oldbury, in the borough of Sandwell, but that's where this 114th FA Cup began on Friday, August the 26th. A preliminary round which included a contradiction, Ash winning, losing 7-0 to Harrogate. And from there it's meandered through 3 seasons of the year as 550 teams have come down to the last 2. But then that's the beauty of the FA Cup. It embraces teams from so many levels. And among our worldwide audience, and maybe indeed in the crowd, are many with an FA Cup tale to tell. On the journey which has led on to the last of 63 Uniteds who were entered, now defending the cup they won last year against the only Everton to take part. They're still coming down Wembley way. Sadly, the coaches for the teams no longer do that. 1 or 2 latecomers. It's a pleasant afternoon for football, not too warm, just the threat of rain earlier, but that seems to have dissipated. It is a very special day, not only in the sporting calendar of Wembley, but in the calendar of the nation. Most of the Manchester United supporters have come dressed in red, although I did talk to someone this morning who was wearing blue, and then to my surprise I found he was a Manchester United supporter. Well, a devil off the pitch, and there'll be 1 of 2 controlling the devilment on it. Everton, previous record 4-7-11. 11 finals, only 4 of them won. Not a perfume that the supporters from Goodison Park have fully enjoyed. Manchester United, this is their record 13th appearance. They're looking for what would be a record 9th win. Everton have played in 4 finals before Manchester United won it for the first time, but only in 1 of those 4 were Everton successful. The hairstyles, always interesting. So are the rosettes. You may have seen a few. 2 who can't play. Paul Parker on the right for Manchester United, though he is now fit, and one wishes him well for next season to have a battle for his place back at club and international level. And Earl Barrett, who came to Everton too late in the day to play in the final. Plenty of pictures of Cantona. And now down in front of the Royal Box, Her Majesty's Royal Marines assembled, and we await the singing of the words of H.F. Light, written early in the 19th century, which have been an inspiration to many, and which have been for so long a part of the tradition of Cup Final Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding and join in with the words on page 5 of your programme and our traditional Wembley hymn, Abide With Me.
stir the emotions. Brief interlude while the crowd waits for the teams. The teams having made their way from the dressing room, where there would have been a little bit of a contrast. In the Everton dressing room, not too much of a team talk. Alec Ferguson holding his team up. He would have made a few tactical points. Neville Southall, who came out already dressed without his suit like the rest of the team. Very relaxed Alec Ferguson. He says that comes from experience. Joe Royle played in 1968 against West Bromwich Albion, finished on the losing side, remembers well that West Bromwich Albion put Everton out of their stride that day. That went into the back of the mind, and I suspect will be used this afternoon. A little reluctant, it seems. They've made this journey before, led by Steve Bruce. United team, as they come out, will immediately see their supporters. The Everton supporters are at the tunnel end. And they will walk through a group of children from southeast London who have banners of years of past cup finals in which these two famous sides have appeared. Two managers, good chums for many years, and that shows. But this man, what must be his feelings? Eric Cantona. One or two are successful in spotting faces in the crowd. Expressions can sometimes give away some secrets, but these two hugely experienced, Steve Bruce and his Danish goalkeeper Peter Schmeichel. United now going to the left as we look. The blue of Everton formed up on the right. And we await the royal party. His Royal Highness Prince of Wales, alongside His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, who of course is President of the Football Association.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem.
Anthem very well sung, led by the Derek Taverner Singers, and now the Prince of Wales meets the team from Everton. Dave Watson doing the introductions. Anders Limpa. Amakachi, the Nigerian. Duncan Ferguson, who starts on the bench. Joe Royle. Sabert Midachip introduces Steve Bruce. Quick word with Lee Sharp, Nicky Butt, one of the two 20-year-olds in the side. Paul Ince, nice smile. Another shy one from Ryan Giggs. And time to stop for a word with Alec Ferguson before meeting the referee, Gerald Ashby, and the three other officials, two linesmen, one reserve referee, Steve Lodge. His Royal Highness, accompanied by Prince William, who has played in the second 11 at Ludgrove, and Prince Harry, who plays in the under-10 side, is a midfield player, very promising, and he supports Manchester United. I think he supports Manchester United as well, that gentleman. Has graced them and graced England for so long, and still does so behind the scenes. The team selections were never going to be easy. And Joe Royle ends up with the same team that played so well in the semi-final, and as he felt that was their best performance of the season, Trevor Brooking, that was not a surprising decision.
No, I think it's a great boost in confidence to the players who are starting the match. I suppose they know that you've got Ferguson and Amakachi there sitting on the wings. I think the two key people for me are, of course, Parkinson and Horne do sort of harass the opposition and win the possession, but I think Graham Stewart, the number 8, just behind Rideout, will float around, and I think he was the man of the match in the semi-final against Spurs. And Anders Limpar, what mood is that gentleman in today? He can be so exciting on his day, and he, I think, will have to be influential if Everton are to score the goals they need.
And how is the Manchester United mood after the happenings of last Sunday? And the chance was there to hold on to their title, and they couldn't take it. The one decision that had to be made by Alec Ferguson, did he start with Ryan Giggs, who's been out since the semi-final replay, or did he put him on the bench? There is certainly a good argument for packing the midfield in the early stages and bringing on Giggs when a few legs may tire.
Well, of course, that was the tactic Alex Ferguson actually played at Goodison Park, well, back in February now, when in fact they went down 1-0. They tried to compete with that Everton midfield, and Keane, Butt and Ince played very close together. Whether Keane will play wide right, we shall have to see as the game begins, but I do think then if Manchester United want to play their natural game, they need to stretch Everton and not cramp together so as they can get their tackles in. And of course Brian McClair just tucked in behind Mark Hughes, and they team up so impressively together.
Two old friends as captains. Just 10 years ago they were in the same team playing for Norwich City here at Wembley in the League Cup final. Steve Bruce on the left, Dave Watson on the right, and Gerald Ashby from Worcester in the middle. But the substitutes today could be a key. Duncan Ferguson with his hands to his face, and Daniel Amakachi at the back with somebody he's trying to spot, and many will be trying to spot him, watching in Nigeria. And at what stage will we see Ryan Giggs? A young man who hasn't yet done himself justice at Wembley. The other substitute, Paul Scholes, and of course 2 substitute goalkeepers. Gerard Ashby, who was the 4th official last year, has refereed a Charity Shield in '93 between Arsenal and Sheffield Wednesday. And it's only his 2nd game here at the age of 45, he's an administrative and finance manager with a chemical company. Neville Southall, resplendent in yellow, takes his place in the goal to our left. Internationals at both ends. Peter Schmeichel of Denmark. Southall, a survivor of 85, as indeed is Mark Hughes, who will be trying to win for a 4th time, and that would be a Wembley record. Paul Ince, key man in the side. Referee having a quiet walk. He too will have a few nerves, and he's not going to start it before the appointed hour. Conversation with Andy Hinchcliffe, everybody smiling at the start. Long may it continue.
Not very often that you get all the players line up 2 minutes before 3 o'clock. The proceedings beforehand obviously hurried through, caught everyone on the hop.
And there's a sad picture. For them, there are no tickets. England manager at the back, behind Ken Bates, who was here with his club, Chelsea, 12 months ago. Losing, of course, to Manchester United. And I think we should say, bless you. Eric Cantona, who will stay, and rightly, to prove that he's a man to repay to Manchester United what he owes them. Andy Cole at the back there, he's cup-tied. Just played the one match for Newcastle in round 3. All set. The 114th FA Cup final, sponsored by Littlewoods Falls. The first final will be sponsored. It's up and running. Hughes, Ince, Keane. Batter started wide of Keane. Neville Southall, like his opposite number, getting an early feed of the ball. It's been said of Neville Southall that he begins every game looking like he's just finished the previous one. But still a fine goalkeeper. One by Pallister. One by Watson. One by Bruce. Keane, aggressively and fairly claimed. Comes down to Hughes, who was aware of the earlier run by Butts. First attempt on goal, and Lee Sharp gets to his feet, having met Butts' cross.
Good positive opening, actually. It was a hanging cross. He just couldn't get above it and nod it down, but good move, and they picked up 1 or 2 of the early loose balls, Manchester, and you see Butt there is going to, I think, occupy Andy Hinchcliffe on the left and Keane alongside Ince.
Well watched by Bruce. Parkinson to Limpar. To Stewart. One of those who was concerned about his place. Limpar. First run by him. 4 men back in on this side for you, Manchester United, but they haven't got the ball away. Limpar! Really sharp shot by Anders Limpar. And the goalkeeper had to be equally sharp. There were 4 defenders back, and Limpar left them all. Body behind the ball, out with the forearms. First corner is to Everton. First test and delivery of Andy Hinchcliffe. High punch will produce a corner on the far side. And Manchester United have put themselves under pressure by poor cover down their left flank. Limpar loses out to McClare. Really back to Horn. Header by Pallister. Out of harm's way by Butt.
Well, a good little burst of pressure as well for Everton. Schmeichel did well, didn't he, to cover the near post. Got some goalkeepers could have been tempted to think about the cross, but he made sure, make sure you don't let one sneak in at the near post.
Down the line by Ablett. Ince. Gary Neville. Just a little test. Maybe a few nerves for Neville, the youngest on the pitch by 28 days from Nicky Butt. Butt beats Ablett. This is Keane, a man very well named. Neville Southall, a singular figure. At times it might be thought absurdly so. After the match he will get into his car and he will drive home to Llandudno. Pallister getting the better of Rideout. Rideout thought he was fouled. Well, it's been a good, bright opening. Not as cutthroat as one or two expected. Limpar looks as though he's on song because he's improvised on 2 occasions now, looking to see if he could get that one over the top of Schmeichel.
It's been demanding it all the time as well off the other Everton players, and a player such as him, who's such an individual, likes to take on defenders, if you can get a good couple of early touches, it makes such a psychological difference as well. So he'll be important, as I said at the start of the game, if Everton are to be successful.
Gary Ablett sets a record today. Gary Ablett, the first man to play in a final for both Liverpool and Everton. Winners and losers for Liverpool. Stewart. Horn to Unsworth. To nobody in particular. And it's a Manchester United ball. Ninth FA Cup clash between the two, running from season 1902-03 to season 84-85, when Norman Whiteside's goal brought victory to 10 men Manchester United. What today? McClare, only a substitute for 6 minutes last year. Stewart almost got itself through to Rideout. Certainly not the breakneck opening that was forecast.
I think if Nicky Butt can stay wide on the right, it will stretch that midfield. The last time they played, they all tucked in and they were sort of within shaking hands of each other, about 8 midfield players. On the Wembley's surface and the sort of width of the pitch, I think it's certainly better suited for Manchester United to pass it that little bit more.
Free kick. Parkinson's challenge on Ince. Your sentence there ending with something of an exclamation mark. Joe Parkinson has kept his place in the side. Preference to John Ebrell, who doesn't even make it back to the bench. Southall playing it at his own pace. Well on by Stewart to Rideout. aimed for Hinchcliffe. Stewart and right out in the box. Parkinson just outside. That's right out. Calmly played by first Irwin, then Ince. Good recovery. Pallister and Stewart. Pallister certainly has 2 or 3 inches advantage. Matt Jackson. Horn wrestles his own man out of the way. Leclerc was in danger of being sized out of it. Offensive young Giggs. It's not, it should be said, the greatest position from which to see a football match unless you're in the front row on the bench. Here's Neville. But it's made a very bright start, Nicky Butt. 3 took the same ball, but between them they got it away. Irwin. Sharp. That's worked for him. Took Jackson out. Played in early. Well played, Ablett. And that's lifted the crowd a bit, who up to this point, apart from a couple of punctuations, have been rather quiet. No Manchester United player. Schmeichel having a quick word with Gary Neville. No United player in the 6-yard box at the start. It's won by Ince, and it's in the hands of Neville Southall.
Lee Sharp's good crosser, of course. Andy Hinchcliffe, the specialist for Everton, but Everton got a number of tall players, haven't they, in defensive situations. It would be a surprise if they conceded a set-piece goal.
Not for the first time, everybody waiting for Southall. And that's a complete waste, because offside decision in the middle against Stewart. First 10 minutes have elapsed. One test for Peter Schmeichel. Unsworth just completely lost the flight of the ball and flattened Hughes as a result. Maybe a little tension there. Paul Ince, who said that he's stopped having conversations with the referees all the way through. Had a quick one then, but all very pleasant. Now Dennis Irwin has been lethal, but usually from a touch closer in than this. He's going to have a go. Wall got up well. And in the end, the wall was of 4 men. McClare, nice try. Interesting that, because the moment that they realised that Irwin was going to strike that, they put extra men in the wall. That left them a little bit bereft at one stage. Nice try by McClare, but never looked likely to clear the goal. Dennis Irwin, top scorer for his club in the cup. A little bit of running for Schmeichel. Watson. Limbar was offside but moving back and therefore not called, and rightly here's Keane. Good challenge. Well won by Butt. The earlier challenge was from Watson. Rideout got in from behind. This is Hughes. Got a little more lively there.
Few ferocious challenges there. That was a bit more like one or two people had anticipated in the first 10 minutes. With some London tackle. I mean, Nicky Butt drifted in, didn't he, from wide there and made the extra man, and suddenly you did have a lot of players on top of each other. And I think that's important for United to try and make sure they retain their width.
Everton ball. Matt Jackson leaves it for Limpar. Intended for Parkinson. Sharp. Pleased to get in from the start. He's Sharp. Injured in 90 and only a substitute 12 months ago. Coming back to his best. Long clearance. Goalkeeper to goalkeeper. Two very determined characters guarding the goals. Pallister. Foul by Watson. And a knock in the back of the head for Mark Hughes. Oh, there was an arm coming down as well. Not the best challenge that Dave Watson has ever perpetrated. But Keane is now wide of him. Good little run by Butt. Won by Ince well and fairly. Ince again. Hit Watson. Sharp. Didn't hit it.
That was a great chance. Lucky deflection, it's dropping on, hit his left foot. Might have even brought it under control. Tried to hit it first time, but should have hit it sweeter than that.
Chance at the 15th minute. Ablett. Hinchcliffe hasn't really been in the game yet. Free kick is to Manchester United. Down the middle. Right out, not the happiest soul at Wembley. Number 15 and 15 goals, top scorer. Sharp, McClare, Hughes, Butt. That's the front four when the clearance is made. Away by Barry Horn. Very well directed header by Gary Pallister. Jackson all over Sharp. Like a foul by Horn. Sharp certainly thought so. Oh. Well, referee let that one go as well. I think Hughes exacted a little revenge on behalf of a colleague.
Yes, I think Barry Horn was the recipient as he got a bit of space, tried to turn Hughes, and Hughes definitely whipped his legs away. Barry Horn, of course, the very competitive ball winner for Everton.
Two members of the Welsh national team. Met by Andy Hinchcliffe, a header. Sharp. Limpar. Oh no, not there. But couldn't get to it. Neither could Keane. Gerrard would not have appreciated that from Limpar down in that corner. Jackson coming in very sharp, on Sharp. Together again, bit of an arm round as well, and that's produced the free kick and a little bit of a schmozzle.
suggesting to Anders Limpar he wants him to stand in front of Sharp so as he can't receive it so easily from the throw-in. A little bit strongly, I think, portrayed in his language to him.
Irwin to take. Got a fish to it. Southall sort of blocked the header at the moment of impact. Keane, outside Hinchcliffe, but then couldn't get under the ball. No foul. Surprised a few from Everton. On the pitch and off it. It's warming up. Down to Hughes. Right out. Good challenge, Pallister. Ablett. Hinchcliffe. Hasn't delivered a pass yet, but settled in, as he has during the season, Nicky, but he was unlucky. Stuff again from young Butt. Good tackle by Ablett. Players have got the feel of the pitch. Nicky Butt, he's another aptly named. Changes things, brings an end to a sentence and starts building another. Won by Pallister, but did he take a ride off right out? No, says Mr. Ashby. Counter-attack by Irwin. Sharp. Well, that really was quite unnecessary from Joe Parkinson, because Sharp was doing a very good job of beating himself. I thought over-eager, Joe Parkinson. 6 forwards. One at the back was very well beaten by Hinchcliffe. That was Keane. Ince. Keane, plenty forward. Not well delivered.
But the second 10 minutes of this opening half have been very much Manchester United's, haven't they? Quite totally in control. And Everton are getting penned back, 8 men defending, and when the ball's knocked forward to Graham Stewart and Paul Rideout, the quality of the ball is fairly poor, and no one's then far enough upfield to pick up the loose balls, and that's why Manchester United are enjoying so much possession. I think they've got to push up much more as a unit, Everton, try and get out of their defensive situation.
But too much of a chase for Mark Hughes. Unsworth. At the moment, Everton have a front line of 3. Hinchcliffe didn't continue going forward. Oh, and a little pull for Steve Bruce. Oh dear. That's the last thing that Manchester United wanted. Veteran captain, little concern on the bench. Away by Pallister. Had this partnership of Daisy and Dolly, Pallister and Bruce at the back for 6 seasons. Neither is quite sure who has what name given by the manager. This is Limpar. Didn't make the best of it, and Rideout a bit disappointed. McClare, that's lovely. Didn't quite run for Ince. Good advantage played. It's now Irwin. But in the middle, there's nobody on the right side.
Well, certainly if you go back though to Steve Bruce, when he's kicked like that and you pull up with a bad thigh, that is a hamstring. Looks very much, and in a situation of cup final this early in the game, you are not going to be able to run that off, and that is terrible bad luck. And would it be an irony if Ryan Giggs been out with hamstring trouble, comes on to replace Steve Bruce? We shall wait, but I don't think there's any way Steve Bruce will finish this first half.
And of course there is no defender on the bench, so it would have to be an adjustment, but obviously with players like Keane and Sharp around, that adjustment can be made, but haven't got a true central defender. Free kick is Everton's. Limpar with the word referee. The referee with a passing observation, I think, himself. Now Andy Hinchcliffe. Ablett joins the players in the box. Watson is already there. Rideout and Stewart pull away. Met by Pallister. Limpar. Went for glory. Steve Bruce. 2 previous appearances at this wonderful stadium in an FA Cup final for Manchester United. One of them as captain. Ablett. Bruce. Well, he played that with the right leg. And the manager inquiring of his captain, can you stay? Met by Jackson. Parkinson. Was a shooting chance very briefly. We understand that the captain has asked the manager for 5 minutes to see if it will improve. Nobody wants to come off the pitch in a cup final. Oof. Ince played into trouble there. Ince for Sharp, offside.
Andy Hinchcliffe, of course, such a key part of the Everton lineup, has been able to get into the game. He's included, of course, with his set-piece specialist play, but he missed last weekend. He's been carrying an injury in recent matches and was rested in the last game against Coventry. And does look a little bit sluggish, hasn't been able to get into it, and has lost possession, and that was very nearly costly because it was a close offside decision.
Alistair is able to let it run. Accidental, says the referee, between Watson and Hughes. And movement on the bench from both the substitutes. Paul Scholes in the foreground. Watson. Not quite as he intended, I don't think. Limpar's done well. Right out just ahead of him, was watching rather than moving. Stewart underneath it. Out by Owen. Ablett. Bruce. Mark Hughes, of course. Hinchcliffe. Barry Horn, another who hasn't been able to get into the match. In fact, we haven't seen the midfield other than Limpar. This is better. This is Stewart. Test for Neville. Well played, Dennis Irwin.
Great covering, wasn't it? Superb. Dennis Irwin, so consistent over the last few seasons, and that was a very important tackle.
Quiet man, Dennis Irwin. When he was a schoolboy in Cork, he played for a team called Everton. He's had such a good season. Jackson. Right out. Jackson. All with the forward run, but that belongs to Schmeichel, who immediately looks to turn defence into attack. This is McClare. Butt on the right side. Still McClare. Support coming up from Gary Neville. Ince to Keane. challenge by Unsworth and indeed by Butt, who knew he'd lost control. Sheer determination from Unsworth, unmatched by Butt.
Doesn't hold back on his tackles, does he, Nicky Butt? His best position is central midfield, there's no doubt about that, but being asked to play wide today, but doing an excellent job in this opening period, and definitely has helped Manchester have the ascendancy. That never really put Steve Bruce under pressure. When you think 6 or 7 minutes ago he pulled up with the back of his leg, and not once have Everton put it into his area of the field to just test out the quality of that injury.
Slightly awkward. Oh, it's still hurting. He's asking for a minor miracle for it to improve. Well, one Ablett. Roy Keane. Hughes down the middle. McClare and Butt on the edge of the box. This is Butt. Looked like a tackle from behind to me, but not to Mr. Ashby. Parkinson. Keane. Hughes. Three have taken attacking positions. Slightly away from McClare. Sharp. Owen is free on the left side. Watson gets the clearance in, and here's Limpar, and it's a 4-on-2 break. Stewart wants it to the left, Jackson wants it to the right, Rideout wants it down the middle. Still Matt Jackson. Oh, off the crossbar and out from Stewart, and then in. Rideout. And the debate goes on between captain and goalkeeper. But they got so terribly outnumbered. Limpar had so many options. The only danger was that he wasn't going to pick the right one. It worked out in the end. Jackson played it across. Stewart off the underside of the crossbar, clearly stayed out, and Rideout just had to meet it to give Everton the lead.
Well, this is a relief player, Graham Stewart, because he should have scored. Bounced down, not over the line, and Paul Rideout did very well. Jumped, kept it down, and well, I'm just so amazed that Manchester United were caught 4 against 2 defensively, weren't they? And credit to Everton, having soaked up all the pressure, they made the most of those extra players.
Goal coming right on the half hour, and a bit of movement now from both the substitutes. Rideout's goal, timing was strange because the feeling was that Everton were not doing themselves justice, certainly not as an attacking force. Manchester United had had so much possession, but really hadn't done enough with it.
No, they won possession, didn't they? It was Dave Watson with a crunching tackle, and it broke, and Anders Limpar suddenly caught 8 outfield men caught forward. Look at that, not certainly over the line, and Steve Bruce tried to cover, but again, he was one of those 2 defenders against 4, and with a bad hamstring.
What a change. Disbelief at such an opportunity should be missed. Ends with a quiet clap of congratulation to the scorer who was just in the right place after the mistake by Stewart.
I think Joe Roll headed the ball as well, didn't he? He was waiting for it to come down and headed it with Paul Rideout.
The usual contrast. Flags and noise at one end, silence at the other. A little early to show the cup, but to the bitter end, seemed the case last Sunday. Manchester United doing everything the hard way. Schmeichel comes and claims. Still Steve Bruce hops around occasionally on one leg, but he's still on. McLean. He's jumping around Steve Bruce, trying to prevent the goal, but I don't think it had anything to do with the injury. Just was too much space to cover. There will be some inquiry from Manchester United how they let themselves so bereft of cover. That's a good ball. Just a slight hesitancy between Schmeichel and Pallister. Well, he suggested he was going to play a part in this, and he already has, Anders Limpar. Sharp. And the best Manchester United chance, Lee Sharp. Ince and Keane side by side. Owen staying out of it this time. Line of 4 just inside the 18-yard area. Bruce thinking about going forward on the right side. And in the end, Owen coming across, but it could be just a little touch. Clipped up for Bruce. Well met by Unsworth. Shot by Butt, which he thought had been deflected for the corner. Gerard Ashby thought otherwise. David Unsworth there. Find of the season for Everton after playing just a handful of games previously. 13 in total before being a regular alongside Dave Watson. Bruce watched it well. Hinchcliffe. A few more tests for Bruce now, and he's surviving well. Neville to take the free kick after being warmed a little by King. Total celebration to the right. Hughes, but didn't run too kindly. McClare looks for support. It's not quite the pace of movement off the ball that one sees usually from Manchester United. Then one might remember the first half against West Ham and how good the second was in everything except scoring. Ablett. Unsworth. Now, talk during the week to him about getting involved, and admitted sometimes he sees pictures of himself that he thinks, surely not me. It's a hard job being a manager. Bruce certainly is getting better, but now he's caught Limpar. Stewart down the middle, in comes Irwin. Well, Stewart could have had two. Had 2 in the last game of last season. He could have had 2 in the FA Cup final.
And again, they caught them on the counter-attack, didn't they? Lost possession in a dangerous situation. That was a beautiful weighted ball and hit it straight at Schmeichel. Good chance again, but Steve Bruce, when they lost that possession, struggled to get back at all, Barry. I mean, he's playing within himself, but he's not doing things as sharp, and I still think that's going to be a decision Alex Ferguson's going to have to take.
Well, both the substitutes have gone to sit down, and Bruce jogs forward for the corner. McClare on the near edge of the 6-yard area. Hughes further over. Posse of 4 to come from behind them. Hughes has pulled back, and Dave Watson leading by example, as he has all the way through the battle against relegation, which gears up a team to play in cup ties. Neville's cross, way by Matt Jackson. Bruce, appeal for handball, not given. Well, the flank goes up in the end for an offside.
Important defensive header as well by Matthew Jackson. Everton's right back, of course, has lost his place in the league with Earl Barrett coming, but he also played a part, didn't he, in the goal, breaking forward to make that 4th attacker and coming inside and laying it square to Graham Stewart. So I'm sure he's enjoying the occasion as it leads towards half-time.
Horn. Offside against Rideout. Hughes holding it up, Ince trying to burst through. Played by Unsworth, McClare, Keane. All a bit jam-packed down the middle. And there isn't the pacey threat that a fit Ryan Giggs would produce. And of course no Kanchelskis. Oh, what a good ball from Limpar. Here's Stewart, 4 back, only 1 more up. But the man who wasn't thought good enough by George Graham to play in the cup final for Arsenal has been by Joe Royle, and how well he will be pleased with his performance so far.
Well, I don't think you'll get a better pass than that one to reverse play and find Graham Stewart. And those two linking up well.
Hinchcliffe. This is the side from which cometh the greatest threat. It's curling a lot, punched down by Schmeichel. Good example of keeping his eye on the ball, but a really good cross, really good corner. Appeal for handball, driven at him, deflected. Jackson shot. And Schmeichel is furious with anybody he can find to be furious with. Hughes back to defend. These are testing times for Manchester United. Ablett and Schmeichel together. God, he really does hit a great ball in.
Well, that was nearly the first goal against Spurs, wasn't it? Matthew Jackson, the near post, got the faintest of touches and just went over his head, and Buck got the header away for the corner.
Just a little over 4 minutes of the half left. Everton on top. Driven in again. Oh! And it was won by Ablett, but he couldn't keep it down sufficiently. Excellent corner. Look for the dark head. He got there.
Just made too strong a contact there, just needed to brush him, but he hit it too firmly and it went up. Could have easily gone in the net. I mean, I think when they're hit like that, they're impossible to defend against.
Bruce, who's clearly now going to wait until half-time. On by Sharp. Hughes battles for it too strongly against Watson, for the referee's liking. Neville Southall to take the free kick. Has had very, very little to do. No real save to make. Won easily by Owen. Hughes. Jackson just got a foot in. Bruce. They made it easy for him, right out and Stewart. Limpar looks up, Stewart makes the run again. And Neville obviously thought that Schmeichel was going to come for the ball, and again there's an argument. And you have to say that Schmeichel did give the indication that he was going to come for the ball, and with a less experienced player on the pitch, you feel the big Dane should have come for the ball.
He doesn't endear himself to the supporters and teammates by his actions then once he berates his teammate.
That's a corner. Manchester United will be happy to get into the dressing room. There's a bit for Alec Ferguson to sort out. Limpar takes, met by McClare. Fights the Swede to try again. Start to move out. Limpar changes the angle, met by Pallister. Horn. Oh, he could have had a crack then, Barry Horn. Doesn't score many goals, but when he does, they're usually of the spectacular variety. One on the last game of last season, and one in the Cup against Bolton, playing for Southampton. Rocketed in from 25, 30 yards and even more. But he hesitated then, and the chance was lost. Keane. Neville. No foul, says the referee. And Mark Hughes can't really get into the game. Really has swung around since the goal. Handball by Matt Jackson. Only plays in cup football, since the arrival of Earl Barrett. Owen. Where is the inspiration for Manchester United? McClare, Owen. Well, Ince who started it, and it just didn't quite come off.
Dennis Irwin has been making a lot of runs down the left, but they've been unable to get Lee Sharp, who is their only natural wide player, into the game as much as they would like, because he is a good crosser of the ball, and at present they've stifled the supply to him, and of course with Ryan Giggs on the bench, that will be the early option in the second half to get another particular wide man onto the pitch.
Right out, scorer of the goal which divides the teams, and Gerard Ashby has a few moments on his watch to allow. Here's McClare. Butt coming in, not seen. And very calmly done in the end. But Ablett went to sleep. Certainly Nicky Butt, one of Manchester United's better players. Arm linking going on. How calm was Neville Southall?
You're right, Gary Ablett was fortunate there. He tried to hold the line, play the offside, but it was perfectly timed and weighted the pass. Butt got through him, and it was a bit of an arm pull in there, and Butt just couldn't get his first touch right then to finish with the clear shot.
It's better from Hughes. This is Irwin. Well, that's not a good ball. And the reaction on the bench to that incident. Joe Raw looks across, smiles and winks at Alec Ferguson. And his team lead through Paul Rideout's goal in the 30th minute. And from that moment onwards, Everton certainly had the better of it. Up to that moment, Manchester United had more possession without ever really mounting a threat to report. Anders Limpar, an excellent first half, and as the teams go back to the dressing room, Joe Royle will be saying, well, just keep it up. Alec Ferguson has a bit to do to reorganise and has to make a decision about his captain, Steve Bruce. To the end of the season, there are no places to hide for Alec Ferguson. Half-time in the cup final, Everton lead 1-0.
So the cup final keeps up its record of there always being at least one goal, but United have got a bit of sorting out to do, Alan.
They certainly have. They had a lot of possession in the first half, but Everton had all the chances. I'm surprised he left Steve Bruce on. You know, you
really think his injury's bad?
Well, I think he's labouring.
Yeah.
I mean, and Everton got the first goal, and Stewart could have got the second goal. And it's all because Steve Bruce couldn't kick it forward with his right foot. He came back in his left, and Everton got the chance. But we were saying for the first half hour, Limpar was poor. Then all of a sudden, he hit one great pass, and then it was one after the other, and he showed just what he could do the last 15
Well, Royal's
minutes.
got great faith in him, and the point is here, I think, Gary, that only one team's got that sort of width. United don't have that so far.
Well, they've not so far. They've lacked imagination, really. They've had lots of possession outside the penalty area, but they've not had the penetration. I would say clearly there's no Cantona, and Giggs can give them that sometimes, that spark. McClare's in the place where Cantona would be. I mean, McClare's a good, steady player, but he's not inspirational like Cantona is.
Yeah. What's your view of that first half?
I would agree with that. I think United are suffering from a lack of flair and certainly a lack of width. I mean, as
United
they
a
attack,
lack of flair.
they go
That's
in.
not often said.
Well, in this match today, yes, so far we haven't seen it from Giggs, and we saw it from Limpar. I mean, you know, he's an aggravating player, one who drive a manager mad in some games.
Wingers are like that, aren't they?
But nevertheless, he has the improvisation to spark something and make something happen. He did it.
Yeah.
No, look, the first half an hour, the ball wasn't there too much from both sides. The last 15 minutes, the difference is that Limpar's got hold of it and he's played it in the deck, and it makes all the difference.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the goal then, Alan. You take the first example as we see it here.
Well, I think this is unbelievable commitment from both Ince and Dave Watson. The two of them go for it, 100% commitment. Dave Watson comes out on top, and then Limpar breaks, and you'll see something that's unusual in English football. Manchester United defence getting caught 4 against 2. They back off. Limpar does really well because he releases at the right time to Matt Jackson. Palace committed to go in. He comes inside him. Cool. Stewart hits the bar, and this is a great finish from Rideout because there's only one place he can put that, and it's right in the corner.
Picked it perfectly, didn't he?
Terrific header.
To be honest, he hadn't had much of a game up till then, Rideout, had he?
Never been in it,
much of a
Jez.
chance.
But I mean, that challenge there, the two of them were going 100% for the ball. But look at the space now. You know, and Everton have got 4 in the attack. Some good movement from Rideout and great support play from Matt Jackson.
Pace of that ball was perfect, and also the way in which he picks out the player to score, who should have scored. That is when the goal should have been scored. Really an appalling miss at that point, but they got the luck, and you need luck at Wembley. The ball came back to the right man, as you say. He finished it beautifully.
That's right. I mean, Matt Jackson does really well. He maintains. I mean, he could easily have shot there, but he squared it. And then as the ball comes off the bar, I think we're all looking for the Russian linesman there, but he didn't come, but it wasn't necessary. Just right out. And it was a great header because there wasn't a lot of space to get that in. It had to be accurate. And when a ball hangs like that, it's difficult to get the force behind it.
They're often missed those, aren't they, that kind of chance, time and time again.
In actual fact, Irwin has a good challenge in Rideout here. You know, it's not easy for Rideout because Irwin just nearly gets to it, but he's up. And he's hanging, and he's.
But after that goal, that really inspired Everton, and Limpar just went at them time and time again. And Everton were terrific, but they'll be a little bit concerned they didn't get that second goal that gives them the cushion.
Joe Royal said yesterday he's the sort of player that his ex has never seen a better player skill-wise, but he's the sort of guy you have to love a little, as he put it, in that you've got to give him confidence.
A lot of wingers are like
inside.
that. They need. I think the majority of players respond better to a pat on the back and being told how good they are rather than being constantly knocked.
Yes.
Those players thrive on confidence.
I like to kick up the backside myself. You
resolute defenders are all the same.
There was an expression used from the gentleman on my right during that first half about Limpar, which certainly wasn't a pat on the back.
He turned good. It inspired him.
As soon as we said he was playing poorly.
Now let's move into that other chance, that a really good chance for Stewart.
Well, as Steve Bruce actually got caught. As Limpar comes through, it's a great ball outside his right peg, and he should really do better. That was a great chance, but fabulous ball from Anders Limpar.
You go back a bit here.
This is where he was reluctant to kick it down the pitch with his right peg there. Ince gets caught, Limpar comes in, and it's right foot or left foot, outside the right peg, great pass, and he should do better there. But that all started from Steve Bruce not wanting to kick it with his right foot. I'll be surprised if he comes on the second half.
It's interesting to know what alternatives they've got, really, because they haven't got another defender there, have they?
Well, they could put Neville to centre back and play Keane at right back. That might happen.
Well, thanks very much for the moment. Now, earlier on, we asked you to phone in for your favourite cup final goal. We showed you 20 of them. Well, you phoned in abundance. We had as many people phoning in as there are here at Wembley today, and this was the result. We showed you 20. You voted third, Ray Wilkins' goal for Manchester United against Brighton. That was 1983. Then Norman Whiteside's spectacular goal for United against Everton in 85. And the winner, got 3 times as many votes as everything else, that fabulous goal by Ricky Villa for Spurs against Manchester City.
Bennett's making his run now. He's come to Mackenzie. What a good tackle by Graham Roberts. And now Galvin. Spurs have got 2 to his right, and Galvin wants to go on his own. Villa. And still Ricky Villa. What a fantastic run. He scored. Amazing goal by Ricky Villa.
It was absolutely fabulous, 1981. As I say, 3 times the number of you voted for that than all the others put together. Now, we've got some more goals for you because we've got our goal of the season competition. You've got to pick the top 3 in the right order. You're used to it if you watch Match of the Day. This time there's £1,000 of premium bonds at stake. We're going to show you 10 cracking goals, and here they are.
Never know how long referees are going to add on these days, but Kenner must be aware that there's not much left. He's found Le Tissier. Oh, Le Tissier scored! Brilliant goal!
Magnificent strike by Andy Cole.
Barnes. Bannerman.
And it falls to Shearer. Oh, it's brilliant! And it's a hat-trick! Here's Peter Unglove. Where's he heading? Just he goes around the outside. Oh, and in!
Evan Okoku, the Wimbledon captain today. Kenny Cunningham. This is Andy Clark recalled to the side. No Holdsworth, no Harford up front. Instead it's Clark and Wimbledon up front.
Howell's looking for Klinsmann. He's got 2 defenders. Here's Sheringham. Oh, what a goal! Collection. The former Tottenham player has won the Cup Winners' Cup for Real Zaragoza with a most extraordinary goal.
Sure you know the form. You pick your top 3 in the right order, phone them into that number to agree with our experts, and first out of the hat gets £1,000 worth of premium bonds. Well, if you've just tuned in here, Everton lead Manchester United in this 1995 Cup final by a goal to nil. Paul Rideout, the goal scorer. But let's take a look, gentlemen, at 1 or 2 of the other chances in that first half. First, Gary, for you, Ablett had a good header for Everton.
He did, and it came from a corner, and as we know, Andy Hinchcliffe's phenomenal service into the near post. And Gary Ablett gets in there, and it just goes over the bar. But it's the service that's so difficult to deal with. And Manchester United don't put generally their big players at the near post. Bruce and Peister at the far post. But on the second shot, it looks like it might even come off Butt first and then perhaps Ablett. But great service. With that, you've always got a chance. It's so accurate.
I've never fully understood, I must say, why his corners are so special. You're quoted, Alan, as saying the best for 15 years, but what's so different about his corners from anybody else?
Because they're difficult to defend against, and as much as the variation is terrific. They don't always go near post. He puts them near post, he puts them round about the goalkeeper's head, or he puts them far post. And if you've got 4 or 5 big men up there, then it's very difficult to defend against.
All right. One other incident.
Accurate, the powerful.
Power and
Gary.
pace.
One other incident to look back on here with you, Jimmy. You thought that Manchester United might have had a penalty
Actually,
here.
I appealed for no other reason. I thought he was very unlucky. I saw that, thought he was through, and I think he was held at that point. And it was near enough to the penalty area, really, for a referee to adjudge that it was inside the area. Very good case. I mean, it's one of those that you could argue all night.
It's actually the best move of the game, but gets behind Ablett. I think it's just outside the box, but I definitely think he was impeded.
Right, what's going to happen in the second half? The players are now coming back out on the pitch, so we'll go outside picture-wise and just hear your view about the second half. First, Gary.
Well, I think that, I mean, you can never rule out Manchester United. They've not been champions the previous 2 seasons and done so well in the FA Cup without having tremendous spirit, and they'll come back, and Giggs on. We're here in the second half, and that'll give them a lift.
Bruce has gone off, we hear.
Well,
I think,
it was
I think that they'll have to push somebody up to support Mark Hughes. Even when it's going wide and the ball's coming in the box, there's no support there from the middle of the park. I wouldn't be surprised if they played 2 through the middle in the second half.
Well, they've got a bit more width, probably, Manchester United now, Jimmy, but they might have a problem in the heart of the defence.
Yes, but they're 1-0 down, so they've got to ignore that. I mean, they've got to score goals. They've got to create more chances, play more football, give themselves more width. It's a wonderful pitch out there, and it's very wide, and they only seem to attack down the front. There's Bruce. He must imagine what it must be like for him at the moment.
I think we can hear a word from him raised there.
Steve Bruce, it looked like you got a hamstring early on. Is that what happened?
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, just went on me after sort of 20-25 minutes, and it's just got gradually worse. And at half time, as soon as I've stopped there, it's no good. So.
Did you entertain any idea? Because we heard you say, "Give me 5 minutes." Did you think you might?
You try and keep on, but in the end, I was just it was carrying me a little bit, so couldn't do with that.
They're going to mount it to climb without you.
Yeah, of course, but there's still 45, so we'll keep our fingers crossed.
You're still confident you can pull this back?
Of course, yeah.
Well, it's a pity for the lad. There comes Ryan onto the pitch now. The second half is about to get underway. If you're just joining us, Everton lead by that goal to 0. Here's Trevor Brooking and Barry Davis.
One hamstring gone, another to be gambled on. Ryan Giggs has not played since the replay of the semi-final against Crystal Palace. This FA Cup final, sponsored by Littlewoods Pools, has still a fascinating course to run, one suspects. And they've started off with Keane in the right-back position and Gary Neville alongside Pallister. And a little push and shove between Hughes and Unsworth. Hughes has been unhappy with the afternoon and unhappy with the referee. Feels he's being pushed and pulled around. Paul Ince in the centre there has taken over the captain's armband. Neville, youngest man to come to the cup final. These 2 teams, and finding he has to change his role at the halfway point. Hughes, Owen, first touch for Giggs. Ball in for Barnes. Mistake by Ablett. He survived one at the end of the first half. He survived another at the beginning of the second. Immediate impression made by Giggs, who rode the challenge, waited his moment. Mistake by Ablett. Good block, Southall. Name of Ryan Giggs reverberates around the Wembley Stadium. In by Sharp. Punched away by the man in yellow. Owen. Giggs simply in. and Ablett gets it rather better this second time. But a bright start, hope for Manchester United, with the young Welshman coming on to lift their spirits.
Well, first of all, it was his pace, wasn't it? And then the width out there on the left, and certainly a good start, positive start for United.
Sharp to take the corner, well met by Matt Jackson. Here's Limpar, but what a good ball, pass of the match, except he didn't have quite the room. And to be fair, it's the second pass of the match. There was one from Limpar in the first half, which was even better. How quickly the memory fades. Owen. Different test for Matthew Jackson. The second half. Stewart and Neville. So you have to sympathise with Steve Bruce, who's given so much to Manchester United over 11 seasons. Bannister guides it back. Some pretty good players on that bench. And only young Scholes now has the chance of doing anything about changing the contest in United's favour. Rideout has stayed down for a moment. Sharp and Giggs on the left side, but Giggs with the support for Mark Hughes coming inside, and Watson is his companion. Unsworth prepared to continue battle with Hughes. Parkinson to Rideout, taken by Stewart and taken away by McLean. Arm linking, away by Unsworth. For a change, Hughes was in company with Watson, but Unsworth still won the day. Giggs. Sharp, no room for manoeuvre.
Well, at the moment, certainly introduction of Ryan Giggs has helped with the movement, hasn't it? They're stretching Everton along the back far better than they did at any stage in that first 45 minutes.
Wouldn't come down. Now does. Out by Parkinson. Neville. Owen did enormously well. Sharp. Two weight in the middle. And there's going to be a substitution for Everton. That's Duncan Ferguson. Manchester United take the free kick. This is Giggs. Goes back on the left. And Paul Rideout, who's followed the line first begun by Sandy Young in the first success for Everton back in 1906. Scorer, the goal which divides the teams, go off. And United, having brought on their young hero, here comes his counterpart at Goodison Park. If Giggs has created different problems for Everton, Ferguson would do likewise for United. All 6'4" of him. First challenge won by Bannister.
Rideout got called, didn't he, a few minutes earlier by Gary Neville. It'll be interesting now Pallister will have to stay close to Ferguson because young Gary Neville playing there as a central defender instead of the injured Steve Bruce won't want to be isolated against Ferguson, and that'd be important that Pallister uses all his experience to make sure he goes man-to-man with Ferguson.
Roy Keane, who's now at right back, and McClare, who's dropped deeper. Giggs and Hughes forward. Giggs on the left, Hughes on the right. Butt pushing up on the right side. Unsworth comes down to Giggs! It came to him unkindly. It was bounced up very high, trying to get over the top of the ball. Demanded a lot. Came off Unsworth, hit it first time, but never really got on top of it or indeed around it.
The only concern from Everton's point of view was that Unsworth and Watson both went for the same ball instead of leaving it one to the other, and as it did break, they were fortunate that it bounced up high and almost impossible for Ryan Giggs to keep it down.
Shot of Alec Ferguson chewing. It's not the chewing, it's the pace of the chewing you have to watch. It gets quicker when things aren't going well. Crowd of 79,592. Everton leading by 1-0, scored by Rideout in the 30th minute. It's for those of you who perhaps have been playing the sporting contest and have come in to join us for the second half. Sharp. Sharp. Parkinson. McClare got up early and guided it to Keane, who now has a losing battle surely against Hinchcliffe, but he's won his corner.
I think that should have been a goal kick. I think it was deliberately run out by Andy Hinchcliffe, and it'd be very unlucky if something comes from this.
Sharp. Away by Watson, and there was a bit of an elbow up. Yes, maybe there are occasions when things are too close to the linesman, but I think you're absolutely right. Well, the two princes sitting behind His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales. School has a local derby against Sunningdale today. I wonder when they'll know the result of that. Prince Harry's team on the wrong side of the score, and for the record, the last time the Prince of Wales presented the cup, Manchester United were the losers back in '79. Here's Hughes trying to change it in '95. He's got inside Unsworth. Now he was out of play. And there's a goal kick. And it's not often that Hughes comes off second best in a physical contest, but he is not happy with the treatment he's getting from David Unsworth, who's strong. Look at that. I mean, it's bull fighting bull, isn't it?
They used to swap shirts at the end of the game. It's obviously changed.
Hughes will feel there won't be too much of his shirt left. Here's Ablett. Ferguson. Played only 45 minutes at Coventry last Saturday in the last 2 months, Ferguson. Hughes and Watson. But did well. Dangerous play by Horn. Pallister comes forward. Ferguson jogs back with him. Could be a curler from Giggs. One dummy. They give it to Keane, or he gives it to Keane. But!
Well, the free kick, actually, Roy Keane had two opportunities there. But the first one, as you can see, the cross, when it was blocked out, never was able to keep it down, Nicky. But Manchester United, again, a bit like the first half, Barry, when they've had that possession, they've not created that many clear-cut openings, and that would be the anxiety the lads at half-time said about, you know, Cantona. We mustn't forget Kanchelskis. I mean, his runs down the right flank are badly missed at the moment.
Well, I noticed on the shot on the bench that Alec Ferguson and Eric Cantona were chewing completely in unison. I bet they wish that was the case on the pitch. How United season changed on that evening at Selhurst Park. Sharp. Giggs looking for a second chance and is adjudged to have fouled Watson. Good kick against Ince as Stewart threatened to get away. Alec Ferguson was saying that he expects 3 or 4 of his players not to be at their best. That's something you have to live with. I suggest he's got rather more than that on this occasion so far. Ferguson almost got inside, but the referee said he leant on.
As good as Duncan Ferguson is in the air, I mean, since he's come on, Everton have hit every ball up there, and they mustn't become obsessed with that. They've got to vary it a bit, otherwise the quality of the ball, which has been poor in this second half up to now, will mean they keep squandering possession.
Keane. Neville. Everyone back for Everton. Giggs. Away by Watson. Alistair got there first. Ince held by Stewart. Manchester United followers getting behind their team. Southall came with arm out for the ball, says the referee, and I think rightly. But it was an untidy challenge. Keane, no width, everything is left, and the fact that he had to turn rather emphasises the point. Doing it all on his own, Keane, and never really looked like getting anywhere. He's done well to get the throw.
I think sometimes you could even take the chance of putting Nicky Butt at right back and pushing Roy Keane further forward, because he can play down that right flank, but it'd give them a little bit more pace and a bit more flair going in attacking situations.
But looking for the return, does well to get it across. Unsworth had to stretch off the wrong foot. There's everything that is left if he can. Ferguson. Stewart. Paul wants it square. Well, it was the right pass, but not sufficiently accurate. Sharp. Dave Watson's had another storming match. Limpar. Ball never very far away, but he just ran into the cul-de-sac formed by Owen and Ince. Ball hanging a bit. Misjudgment by Ince. Giggs. And still. Away by Unsworth. Barry Horn for Everton. Stewart. Horn, space on the left side. Hinchcliffe hasn't got forward that often. Seeing very few, in fact I can't remember one from him, of a driven ball across the field.
I don't think he's fully fit. He's had this injury in recent games. He was rested last weekend. I think he's in the side for his set pieces.
Here's Ferguson if it will come down for him. Still Ferguson, turned away by Neville. The pulse of Gary Pallister would have been beating pretty hard then. 2 occasions he thought he'd ended the danger. snuffed it out. Hinchcliffe, though, still fit enough to drive in the set pieces. Hits it longer this time, and the ball, in fact, curled out and back in. It bobbled around here. Pallister got to it, but it came back. Cover by Neville, with Stewart with his hands up to his eyes.
Just the strength of Ferguson turned Pallister the first occasion, then he got a bit of a fortunate ricochet for the second one. And I think he was shooting rather than squaring it across him. It just hit Gary Neville Milder and him knocking it off, I think, for the corner.
Irwin, free weight in the middle for Manchester United. Here's Sharp. Watson just stood there. Ferguson, not too much support. Everton have had so many people back in defence, but now it's coming. Stewart. Hinchcliffe is up on the left. There are others coming forward, but from a very long way back. Goodness me, that's carrying defence to extremes, surely. Ablett. Manchester United now have plenty of people back. Stewart. Hinchcliffe, first time outside. Well turned away. Watson. Barry Horn. Ince. Hasn't been the authority about Ince that Manchester United so need. Sharp. But Giggs on the left touchline. McClare supporting Hughes down the middle. Sharp is up with them as well. McClare! Sharp ran away from him. Neville. Just wouldn't break for Manchester United.
I think it also ran away from his right foot, didn't it? If it had dropped on the other side on his left foot, I don't think he would have hesitated and been off balance, but it isn't his best foot. But Brian McClare in there again, but again it was a width, wasn't it, of Brian Giggs that set the opportunity up. They've got to use that width more. Every time they do, they create an opening, but this is it. Look, good early ball in. Brian McClare sliding in from deep, and then just breaks, and look, on his right foot, bounces over his foot. Shouldn't be doing that.
And doesn't he know it? Keane. Back to start again. Hughes and Watson. Watson able to recover. Watson able to do anything. Stewart, the chase. Pallister starts to come and then thinks about Ferguson, who is left in the middle. Cross was just too long. Gets Pallister back into a covering position. Here's Horn. Irwin. Oh, so easily seen by Parkinson. Who then couldn't control the ball.
They've had one or two glimmers, Everton, to get the second goal. If they could just get that cutting edge or get more players forward to believe that they could get the second goal. At the moment, you just feel they're happy enough just to sit on that one goal lead, and if they happen to pinch a second goal, all well and good, but don't really go out there believing the second one is there.
Well, so often one is enough. 13 times since the war. This is the 50th final since the war, in this year of celebration and commemoration. Keane, good challenge. Hinchcliffe. Keane. Still they wait, Manchester United's front players. Giggs and Hughes. And Butt looks at the referee. Play to the whistle is an old adage.
Great little tussle started now, isn't it, Pallister and Ferguson? They're tugging away at each other, but he shields it very well, Ferguson. He's no slouch on the floor.
Ince. Hughes gets away from Horn, and then his touch doesn't help him. Parkinson. Limpar. Suggested he was going to play it long and then played it short. Arrogant stuff from Limpar. Good play too. Stewart. They're slowing it down when they seem to have started to make an opening. But patience is successful. Hinchcliffe. Ablett. Pass or shot? He could tell us.
We heard that Amakachi was warming up. I also think that Alex Ferguson must be thinking, what, just over 20 minutes now, Paul Scholes. I'd bring him on to play up with Hughes and push sort of Giggs and Sharp wide and really stretch Everton now.
Sharp. On the basis of the semi-final, Amakachi might come on before everybody else realises it. He got on instead of Rideout then, and Rideout actually wasn't as injured as seemed likely. Here's Giggs. 2-8 on the penalty spot. Teaser Giggs, beautifully done. Off Watson. McClare! Off the crossbar, may have been pushed up onto it. Wonderful play by Ryan Giggs. A sway on the byline that was perfection to watch. Look at this. And in came McClare. And did he get a touch? Yes, he did. But needed a bit of help from the crossbar and put over by Parkinson. A bit of movement again on the bench, and they may well wait. The Nigerian will have satisfied many people in his country by coming on. They'll be watching with televisions in the streets, and it's Anders Limpar who is to come off. Swede retires from the scene, having played his part. The Nigerian comes on in his stead. Giggs with the corner. Here's Butt. Butt again with time to turn. Hughes. Where's the movement? Where's the pass that will open things up for Manchester United? Everton hope they can't find it. Pallister. Neville. And McCatchy's come on to find the match has only been played in one half of the field. But McClare. Good challenge again by Watson. But there's a certain concern among the Everton supporters as their team are being forced onto the back foot. One past departure was because of a hamstring. Here's Owen. Sharp. Queue of 5 in the middle. Sharp losing out in his battle with Jackson. Hasn't found his real self.
No, I'm not too sure about Andy Limpar's hamstring either. I think he tried a fancy backheel near the halfway line, which lost possession and ended up with Brian McClare heading against the crossbar. That would have been a very expensive mistake, and I think Joe Roll decided, I think it's time for you to have a break, Anders, irrespective of his hamstring injury. And of course Graham Stewart can go on to the right now, and Amakachi will go up alongside Ferguson.
Yes, there was certainly a point as he was going off that Anders put his hand down his side just as he knew it was certain to be him. Here's Ferguson. That was the official verdict that I gave you. Trevor Brooking's probably a more accurate one. Brooking, Ince. Sharp making a run on the left. That's a good run too, because it beat the offside trap. Others were aware of the position of the Everton players too. That's a corner. McClare. Still plenty forward. Sharp. Well, he didn't hesitate about hitting that one. And maybe he shouldn't think as often when the ball comes on his right foot. All right, it wasn't accurate, but at least he struck it. And it's the last action, and maybe he knew that. Paul Lee Sharp. Disappointment for a very good and pleasant player, but he hasn't found his form in this final. And on comes another one of those who have made their mark this season, in a season of adversity for Manchester United. In place of Lee Sharp is Paul Scholes. So both managers have played their hand. Outfield substitutes both on. But Scholes immediately up with Hughes and Brian Giggs down the left side. But getting to his feet rather gingerly. That would add insult to injury if Manchester United were now to lose a man.
There's not the ideal timing on the substitution. I mean, it's so many strong tackles. He's just got caught under his ankle there. Whether he just turned it as he went down, I don't know. But he goes in so many strong tackles that he doesn't stay down unless he has got a slight problem. But I mean, it would unsettle Manchester United. Brian McClare edging towards the right flank and Butt in the middle with Ince. But they haven't been able to get the control, although they've enjoyed quite a lot of possession this second half. But it's only Ryan Giggs, when he's been out wide and got those early crosses in, that have just given them the openings that they need.
David Fever has done his job. Used to be a physio at Wigan, so he knows something about success. Ince. Barry Horn has usually been around without making a major obvious contribution. He's just been in the way.
Well, I think there's a few of them that get in the way like that. They work so hard, and of course they've got something to hang on to, haven't they, at the moment? And it's up to Manchester United to try and prize it open. And they're the sort of tackles that they've been winning, though, Everton, in defensive situations.
Ferguson. Ablett. And McCatchy. And again, oh, what another good 50-50 challenge between Amakatchi and Neville. Now for the throw. But Owen to the left, Giggs down the touchline. Jackson doesn't go tight to him, he pulls away from him. Owen. Well seen, Watson. Just strolled forward and took it. We're into the last quarter of an hour of the 90. A match finely balanced. Hinchcliffe. Ablett. Alistair just stood his ground. Hinchcliffe. See more of him down in this corner in the second half. Didn't see him in the attacking third too much in the first. Driven across by Ablett, and the punch beat the head. But it was very interesting that the Everton supporters, as their team played around with it on the left, were encouraging them to look for the head of the Scotsman, and it jolly nearly found it.
As you say, they should have got the crossover much earlier, and actually Gary Ablett's one wasn't a very good one. He sliced it towards Schmeichel, who was a bit apprehensive about coming, came very late, and that's why they collided in the end.
Giggs. McClare's gone one way, and it's played through to Scholes! Good stop, Scholes again, and another stop! Oh, he could have been the instant hero. Instead, it was the old man of the party, who came out on top. Another one goes away. Inspiration from Giggs. Wonderful block, and then he got up to improvise and kick clear.
Well, Giggs again, opening them up, perfectly weighted. He hit it well enough, just I suppose almost self-defence, but he stood up well, didn't he, Neville Southwell, despite his age, uses a bit of footwork that I'm sure he'll remind the players about. But I mean, that was absolutely vital.
Amakachi, Ferguson. Hinchcliffe comes to place it. On either side of the line of the penalty spot, on the 18-yard line, Amakachi right, Ferguson left, Parkinson to come from wider, Stewart from the other side. Hinchcliffe. A moment to be forgotten.
Still a buzz around the stadium, isn't there, about that miss? I mean, they haven't had that many clear-cut chances. The one against the crossbar, Brian McClare, but Neville Southwell, I mean, a marvellous double save.
Here's the man who started the move, trying to do another. Giggs beaten by Stewart, coming back in the end to help out Jackson. Face of concern. Last season, the double. This season possibly to end with nothing. For the first time in the 90s, no trophy to go into the cupboard. Another physical challenge, Pallister and Ferguson. Jackson, Amakachi, and given out of play. Linesman Steve Bennett on that side and Mark Warren on the near. Bennett the teacher, Warren here the policeman. Ferguson and Pallister. McClare, no foul. Gary Neville's played well in the centre of the defence, but Manchester United have spent more of the time going forward. Even so. Irwin. Giggs, double cover. Stewart, Jackson. Good challenge. Almost one back. Determination from Barry Hall as well. It's getting late for Manchester United. Times in the last 49 years, one has been enough. There's Ince, there's McClare. Not even the corner. Scholes, Keane. Scholes. Oh, wonderful play from Pallister.
I think the basis says it all, doesn't it? Scholes a good cross and a glancing header and then full stretch. Probably a nice one for the cameraman. Didn't quite get the power behind it. But Pallister, of course, will go up more and more, I would anticipate now. We've got to balance it up with marking Ferguson, but normally, if they're losing in a game, Stu Bruce, of course, is the man who goes up to play centre forward. He's not there now.
9 minutes left. Giggs with the earlier cross this time. Just think at the start of the season they were writing him off. He'll be 37 in September. but he's still a really good goalkeeper. Saved by Neville Southall. Would it prove to be crucial? Would it make him a contender for the Littlewoods Pools man of the match that Trevor Brooking has to choose for the end? Neville, Scholes, well played. It's Ferguson, nicked away by Neville. Scholes. Oh, he got stuck for a minute with Unsworth. Keane. Ablett's face being mirrored by many in his side. They're so close. Giggs is underneath it. Out by Jackson. Back by Keane. On by Ince. Away by Watson. Stewart. Hinchcliffe. Each leaning on the other, and a slip by Pallister. McCatchy is in the middle, Horn is arriving. Covered by Keane. Gets a pat on the back, Keane, from Peter Schmeichel, who doesn't throw his compliments around. Ferguson. One to save, one to hang on to, and just occasionally Everton suggesting they could kill it off by getting a second. 6 minutes. Young man who's still praying hard.
Bit young for stress, isn't he, that man?
But can United? Ince. Giggs, who stubbed his shot. He and Sharp have both had a chance. And here's another man standing up, his prayers, as will his wife be. She's seen so many ups and downs. Southall was actually nowhere near getting that one. He's entitled to one moment of aberration.
That was a massive throw by Gary Neville. He was called out just by the distance, and centre-half Dave Watson was the person who got his head to it.
First yellow card of the match goes to the youngest player on the pitch. Gary Neville booked for over-exuberance, determination, upending. Horn came down to earth, which is where they find themselves at the moment. When you get to the knuckle, you begin to choke. Here's Ince. Oh, he didn't like that challenge by Horn, but he recovered his composure in time, and the man against whom a foul was perpetrated a moment ago is now booked himself for a similar misjudgment. Can it possibly be, he's thinking. Here's Neville. Omar Schmeichel in the opposition half. Not the best of balls in, though. And guided into a safety area. Down to 4 minutes. Manchester United losing their hold on the title at the last gasp, looking for a last gasp to save them in the cup. Pallister's now given up marking Ferguson and is a forward. Only Keane and Neville back. but tries to get it. Rolls to McClare. Back to Hughes. Is it to be a first loser medal for him? Look where Schmeichel is. If they get a corner, he might well come up. Oh, telegraphed by Butt. Here is Ablett. Amakachi. Schmeichel will bring it out. Still about 3 minutes to go, won by Watson. Another stirring performance from him. Free kick for the little Paul by Hinchcliffe. It's had its drama, and they've felt it. And Schmeichel, as I suggested, has come up at the top of the picture for the corner. There's an empty goal at the other end. Giggs to take. Schmeichel to launch himself along with the others. And here's Owen, the man who's struck so many cleanly, who scored 4 in the cup. Just made a hash when he needed the cracking drive. Schmeichel back into goal. They've started to celebrate again. But it's just a question of keeping it or putting it for as long as possible in the Manchester United half. Traffic has been more left to right, that's for sure. Bannister. Hughes did a last gasp against Joe Royle before in the matches that Royle had against Ferguson, and he was the manager of Oldham. Beaten here in a semi-final last year by Ferguson's team. We're into the last minute. Well played, Neville. Free kick. Schmeichel will take, waves everyone out of the way. One last shout. Looks for Bannister. Hughes! Blocked by Watson. He's been everywhere, Dave Watson. They're leaving it to Neville for the long throw. Little bit of a push. Stewart away by Jackson. Here's Schmeichel. Wonderful finish. But it could be very hard to take for Manchester United. Here comes Southall. Almost came too far. Put up an arm and it rolled down it and stayed almost in the pit. Stoppage time being played. They can't wait to celebrate. The Manchester United supporters just hope the final whistle will not be heard. Here's Giggs. He's got to run a lot of blues. And he's going to get a corner. Up he comes again as Alec Ferguson looks at his watch. The man in green to challenge the man in yellow. Delivered in. Neville. Amakachi might score. He might score. Schmeichel is not going to get back. He's still in the centre circle. Still Amakachi, but they've now got 2 back. And he's just strolling back. I don't believe it. The cup goes to Goodison Park. Everton's 5th success, and how well led by the number 5. 3rd time lucky for Joe Royle against Alec Ferguson. the team that were battling to avoid relegation, didn't win a match in the Premiership until the 1st of November. Had only 8 points out of 42 when Joe Royle took over as manager. Have survived and have won the cup. And Manchester United have ended with nothing. It's Joe Royle's day. They still look stunned and they still look delighted. Pallister sportingly goes to the opposition manager. And there are tears at the Manchester United end, while at the Everton end the celebrations go on. Joe Royle wanting to make sure that he can find a word for everyone. And here, Dave Watson, the captain.
And he's my man of the match, actually. I thought he was superb throughout the 90 minutes. Neville Southall made 2 or 3 vital saves, but for the consistency of always getting the foot in or just getting his head to the vital cross, I thought Dave Watson, and no player, I think, for Everton probably deserves the plaudit because he's been a wonderful servant for the club.
Peter Schmeichel beaten once, and it counted for everything. Steve Bruce, the unlucky opposition captain who had to go off. Good sporting reaction from the supporters of Manchester United, who sing, "You'll always look on the bright side of life." Even in defeat, they will dance and sing, but they don't at the moment. Paul Rideout, the scorer of the only goal that has won for Everton the 50th FA Cup final since the war. First success since 1984, a decade in which they came 5 times. And they came 4 times here and won only the once. But this time they got revenge for that defeat in 1985. Neville Southall. The doubts really just disappeared as the season went on, and he played so well, as his manager Joe Royle knows only too well, and that successful manager is now waiting to talk to Tony Gubba. Joe Royle.
Joe, many congratulations. Everton, bottom of Premier Division when you took over. You've stayed in the Premier Division, now you've won the Cup. It's a remarkable story.
I think someone's writing the script. I can't believe it. Very proud of all these people here, and the players have been magnificent. Especially my number 2, Willie Donachie's the man.
I don't think Manchester United themselves would argue that the team that's played best on the day won the Cup.
I thought at half-time we'd played ever so well. Disappointed we didn't have another goal. Naturally, we sat back a little bit second half. We said not to, but they did. And Big Neville's come into his own then. Yeah, we deserved it. Perhaps our name was written on it.
Only 6 defeats in 34 matches since you returned to Goodison after a 20-year absence.
Yes, very proud, very pleased. And I'm going to have a good night tonight, Tony.
Well done, Joe. Thank you very much.
The runners-up medals for Manchester United, a record 13th appearance, but not a record 9th win. First time Mark Hughes has been on the losing side. Young, disappointed face of Gary Neville. Bobby Charlton trying to find a word in defeat. Ryan Giggs, who threatened to turn it round, but in the end they were denied by Southall. Alec Ferguson. Oh, the faces say it all. And 10 years after, he climbed the steps to pick up the League Cup. Dave Watson picks up in a moment the FA Cup, sponsored by Littlewoods Pools.
And winners of the Littlewoods Pools sponsored FA Cup final, Everton.
He follows Dixie Dean Brian LeBone and Kevin Ratcliffe as a winning Everton captain at Wembley. Prince of Wales hands the cup, which he shows to the fans of Everton, whose season has been turned round. And it means the city of Liverpool will go. Look at the disappointed, it would seem, face of young Prince Harry. His team will come again, that's for sure. Barry Horn, Matt Jackson. There's always somebody with a cap. It's the Swede, Anders Limpar. Joe Parkinson. David Unsworth. He was like that all afternoon with Mark Hughes. Scorer of the only goal. And McCatchy able to get his chance afterwards. So did Duncan Ferguson. Substitute goalkeeper Jason Curtin and Gary Ablett, and the winning manager. Why did they wait so long to let managers come up? They deserve it. Means that the city of Liverpool will have two sides in Europe next season, and that hasn't happened for a decade. Nice reaction, Mr. and Mrs. Sir and Lady Bobby Charlton and Joe Royle. Good reaction all around the ground. And the season which has had so many problems. The contest was well fought, and the spectators have reacted in sporting fashion. It's been a good finale to the club season. Captured for posterity the moment that Everton won the cup. A little variation. Everton, because their supporters are at that end, obviously go to them first. So often, as Stuart Barlow didn't get into the side, so often the lap of honour has been round the other way. Team photograph as the losing skipper and the young Welshman make their way from the pitch. Alec Ferguson, he said experience teaches you to be philosophical, and he's applauded by and applauds in turn the Everton supporters as he walks away. For so long they'd seemed certainties to lose their place in the top echelons, and instead they now have a basis to rebuild Goodison Park. The FA Cup with an awfully good way to start. And he wants to go on into his 40s, and on that sort of form, who can blame him? Came into this match with 4 wins against each other each in the FA Cup. Everton now ahead. Mass ranks of photographers wanting to capture the moments of triumph. And there's the biggest smile at Wembley. Joe Royle. It's a lovely moment, and here, what a contrast. His departure has seen Manchester United end with nothing except the runner-up position. Schmeichel leaves the scene. Neville Southall in no hurry. So now they go to the other end where the Manchester United supporters have taken their leave early. Bitterly disappointing end to the season for team. The Premiership trophy on loan to Blackburn, they say, and presumably they would add to that the FA Cup to Everton. But the day was a blue day in two senses. Success for the blue team of the city of Liverpool, disappointment for the red team of the city of Manchester. Dave Watson still with plenty of running in his legs. I don't think anybody would question your choice, Trevor, as man of the match.
No, he's been such a consistent player, hasn't he, for several seasons. Very strong, combative. He's helped the younger players around him, particularly David Unsworth. And well, I think you can see the passion and, you know, just the excitement of the occasion for him, and thoroughly deserved, I think, the man of the match. There were some other good individuals. I think Neville Southall, wonderful occasion for him so late in his career to be so instrumental in their victory as well, with the saves that he made. But I think also, of course, they'll be into Europe, won't they, those supporters? European Cup Winners' Cup. And I suppose spare a thought for poor old Newcastle, because it means Manchester United will go into the UEFA Cup and Newcastle will miss out on Europe next season.
That's what it means to be the holder of a priceless medal, a winner's medal in the FA Cup. That one belongs to Anders Limpar. And I just wonder whether Neville Southall might be persuaded to stay and join the celebrations. Certainly, he played his part in a victory for Everton by a single goal by Paul Rideout in the 30th minute. Oh dear, there's a danger the paint will run. Blue Nose departs. So pleased to have got his chance after coming back from a double hernia operation. Presumably his top half supports Everton. Just don't want to leave the pitch, and who can blame them? It's a very special moment to win the FA Cup, to go to the final, to be part of the party, whatever your role. It's something to be enjoyed, but if you lose, there is very little consolation. The losers were Manchester United. The winners, Everton, led by Joe Royle, from apparent disaster in the end to triumph at Wembley.
Thanks to Trevor and to Barry Davis. Well, I'm sure you'll agree it was an absolutely thrilling second half. It was like the Alamo down at this end. But let's hear now from one or two of the personalities involved. Ray Stubbs.
Hey, congratulations to this Everton squad. Barry Horn, first of all, you've got the base of the cup with you here.
Yeah, I got the short straw, yeah.
Magnificent second half.
Yeah, it was a much better second half performance. Backs to the wall a little bit in the first half, but we defended well. The back four, Neville did magnificently again. And we just managed to hold on.
Dave Watson, rock solid performances again. Man of the match today.
Yeah, they put us under the cosh.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean it like that. We were under the cosh a lot of the game, so you know, defensively he's done well. I mean, the big fella Neville, he's made a couple of great saves there, and that's won us the game. That the big fella for us.
Now you've got the set now because you've got all the medals you need. But what will this do for the blue half of the city of Liverpool?
It'll really get it going again. I mean, we've been asleep for a few years now, and this has really got us going. And Europe next, so let's look forward to that.
Right, let's go along the line. Joe Parkinson. Joe, you said before the match at the start of the season you wouldn't have thought to get a chance at an FA Cup final, but fantastic.
Oh yeah, to beat Man United here, you know, what more can you ask for?
You were a Man United supporter in days gone by.
But not anymore. True blue. What a day.
You're enjoying the moment. Can you put it into words?
Not really, no. It's just, I'm not going to cry.
Cry later. Now, Daniel Amakachi in Nigeria, they'll be going absolutely crazy. They'll be going crazy in Liverpool too. Did you enjoy the experience?
Every step of it, we thought we started pretty good, and we had a goal in the first half. In the second half, the big man, made a brilliant save, and he kept us going. And definitely back home right now, everybody's going crazy wild.
I'm sure they've enjoyed it. Congratulations. If we can just go back this way, Neville Southall. Neville, you've did some magnificent performances in your day, but those saves in the second half, surely they must be among the best you've ever made.
Not really, no. I mean, I think it's a team game, and it's a squad game, and they all pulled their weight today, and I think we thoroughly deserve to win the game, and it shows what a good side we really are.
Now, will you go to the team banquet this evening? Will you join in the celebrations?
No, I'll go home.
You've got to stay now after a performance like that, surely.
When you've been with these lads as long as I have, you'll want to go home as well.
Paul Ryder, who scored the winner.
With the trophy.
There's the goal. We can show you a goal as well. That's the first time you've seen it. Can you talk us through this one, as they say?
Dave Watson's got the ball. Great ball there.
And where does the run from, mate?
Matt Jackson come up there. Anders Limpon made a superb run here. It's a good ball through to Graham Stewart. Graham's an acres there.
Now, at this position, what were you thinking about?
Really, basically just get in the box and wait for the cross. But he came across, a great ball from that. He's unlucky to hit the ball.
Graham should have been disappointed that didn't go in.
Well, he would be, but he's hit the target and it's gone in for us.
Now you've got the cup. Your career really has been revitalised over the past couple of months, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's very much so. I mean, that's all credit to the players and to Joe Raw especially. He's got belief in me and a lot of the other players, and it's given me the confidence to come forward.
Now, alongside you is Graham Stewart. Graham, Joe Raw really has got everybody going, shown faith in quite a few people. What is the secret?
Oh, I don't think there's much of a secret really. It's just like hard work and passion, and we showed that in abundance today and got the result we deserve, really.
This has got to be the biggest moment of your football career. Can you put it into words when you're an FA Cup winning medal? Because there's millions of us will never experience. What are you thinking now?
I don't know, it's a mixture of thoughts really. I think we'll have to have a couple of drinks and settle down, and then let it sink in first, and then you can reflect on everything then.
Now, alongside you is Gary Ablett. You have made history now because you've played in an Everton Cup winning side and a Liverpool Cup winning side. You're a hero on Merseyside. Magnificent today.
I'll be hero in the blue half, don't know about the red half now, but yeah, I'm just pleased for everyone involved.
Can you sum up your team performance today? What was so good about it from your point of view?
I just think we battled like mad. I thought perhaps we could have had 2 or 3 there, waiting on the break second half, but didn't quite get the finished product. But I mean, we soaked up a lot of pressure. Never made a couple of brilliant saves second half, and I mean, as the lads have said, thoroughly deserved our win.
Matt Jackson alongside you. The way Manchester United, the way they were hanging on there, looked like it could go either way, but the goal you scored was so important, just at the right time.
That's right, we hadn't started too well at that point, but we kept the ball by that point, and I was just trying to support Anders. He never normally passes to me, so I thought it was quite safe. Didn't give me any time to worry about anything, and give it to Diamond, and obviously he missed, as per usual. With his eyes, they're not the best, but ball stuck in, job done.
Is it everything you expected, winning the cup?
Oh, it's tremendous. When you see the fans out there and the reception, just walking up to the box, it's magnificent.
Just a final word from Gary Ablett, because you are a native Liverpudlian. For the entire city, red and blue tonight, they will support you, I think.
I think so. I mean, Liverpool have ended up with the Coca-Cola. We've got the FA Cup. So as I say, I mean, red and blue. I mean, there'll be all families together. People alike will be celebrating all over Liverpool tonight.
Gentlemen, congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, they're certainly a happy bunch, and quite rightly. But what's the consensus here? Do you think, Alan, that Manchester United were a little bit unfortunate in that match?
No, I thought the better team won. United had the pressure in the second half, but Everton came through. I think very much the important word is a team performance. There are 5 or 6 giants amongst them, but it's very much a squad thing. And again, Joe Royle takes all the accolades because he has got this ability to get the best out of players. Neville Southall, for example, when Joe Royle arrived there, I thought Neville was finished. Today, magnificent.
What about the Bruce issue, Gary? That, should he have been taken off early? He was clearly injured.
Well, it's always easy in hindsight, but it has to come from the player. He has to say if he's struggling, he's asked for a little bit more time, and he's been given it. So, but you've got to say that United kept going. They were resilient. They kept fighting right to the end. They pushed everybody forward, literally, and. But it's a great day for Everton. I'm a former Everton player. I'm chuffed for them, chuffed for Dave Watson. But
you tipped Manchester United and did your duty for Everton.
Yeah, I did my duty, and it worked again.
Well, Dave Watson won the man of the match, but Neville Southall must have run him very close. I mean, we've got 1 or 2 examples here, Jimmy. I was going to say of his stout work in the second half there.
Yeah, what's extraordinary to me is that United could have done the double, but for two superb goalkeeping performances, one from McCloskey and the other one today. I mean, why shouldn't they have done? This was really quite astonishing. That's McClare, my favourite, who didn't score, but he very nearly did, but he had the goal covered. I mean, goalkeepers will tell you that if they get their hand there against the bar,
I think,
it's as good as getting the touch.
I think Parkinson is brilliant here.
Yeah.
If you watch, when it comes back off the bar, it's him that Hughes comes in, and Parkinson gets up here. Well, he nearly got up there.
I'm sure he would have.
Yeah.
This was a chance for Scholes that came. Giggs did well. Giggs livened things up a lot in the second half, and he did really well. Controlled pass here to Scholes, and this is wonderful goalkeeping from Neville Southall. Scholes doesn't do a lot wrong, gets a good strike. Nev stands up and gets up again to recover, and
it's reactions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good for saving it.
Good angles, good reactions.
Everything good about it.
It's from another angle here. Giggs knocks it through. And watch Southall's positional play here. He gets there and he stops, and he's in exactly the right place.
So when he gets up, the second one.
It's experience.
He's up quickly and gets it away.
Down to experience and great talent, of course. Well, now Alex Ferguson's downstairs, so we can hear what Alex has to say about it all.
Alex, obviously great disappointment in the Manchester United dressing room at the moment.
Oh, I think so, yeah. But it's a very sad day for us, and sometimes you don't get what you deserve in football, and I thought we deserved better today.
Probably the greatest disappointment for you is that the team didn't play terribly well.
Well, I do think that probably we'd lacked a real cutting edge in the first half. I thought we were the only team who wanted to play in the second half. We hammered away them, never got a break. Neville Southall was magnificent in goal, absolutely magnificent. And he's rekindled all his great days today.
Which is exactly what you didn't want to see, but when you were on top in the second half, did you have a real expectation that you might get an equaliser, might take it into extra time?
Well, once Neville's in that kind of form, then it's got to be something special to beat him. And we didn't find that special thing, you know.
You weren't at full strength anyway, and when Steve Bruce picked up the injury, it made 4 positional changes for you in the second half, which must have been difficult to accommodate.
Well, I thought Gary Neville did very well going by that. We'd have preferred Roy Keane to have stayed in midfield certainly, but to give me the proper balance, and I wanted Ryan to play through. We kept the shape of the front line more or less, with Nicky on the right hand side, Nicky Butt, and Lee Sharp on the left hand side.
Is the dressing room, are they inconsolable at the moment?
Yeah, you have to leave them. You just have to leave them now.
Looking back, is there anything you could have done differently at the start of the match? Could you play Giggs at the start? Would it have made a difference?
Well, whether it had lasted a full game, which is always a question. He was a bit unsure yesterday himself, and I had to reassure him this morning that it has to be a sub, and I was taking that decision for him. He didn't want to let us down, it's understandable, but when he came on, I thought he did very well.
In the end, I suppose, it's a season of what might have been for you. You might have been another championship, there may have been another FA Cup, but it might have been a double.
Yeah.
Looking back, Cantona's situation, was that the crucial point?
Well, the FA, you know, it was a bad one for us. It probably cost us everything really. But in saying that, the players have really acquitted themselves very well. I'm proud of them.
Thanks very much for coming out, Alex. All the best. Thank you.
In a sense, you know, Gary, you have to commend United for doing as well as they did this season, bearing in mind all the problems that they had off the pitch, etc., injuries.
They're a terrific football side with full of good players and good management, and you've just to give them credit. And they worked hard today, but you know it was Everton's day.
So close and yet so far for United, but they'll be back.
Absolutely. Final word from you, Jim.
Well, I really feel sorry for United in a way, because it has been a magnificent season, and they are the team to beat.
Absolutely.
You still say they're the team that everybody tries to beat.
Thank you very much. Well, they did the double last year, double blank this year, I'm afraid, but that's football, that's life. Cheerio.
Watson gets the clearance in, and here's Limpar, and it's a 4-on-2 break. Stewart wants it to the left, Jackson wants it to the right, Rideout wants it down the middle. Still Matt Jackson. Oh, off the crossbar and out from Stewart, and then in. Rideout. Here's Giggs. 2-8 on the penalty spot. Teaser Giggs, beautifully done. Off Watson. McClare! Off the crossbar, may have been pushed up onto it. Giggs. McClare's gone one way, and it's played through to Scholes! Good stop, Scholes again, and another stop! Oh, he could have been the instant hero. Scholes. Oh, wonderful claim from Pallister. The cup goes to Goodison Park.